Good evening. We'd like to call to order the April 14, 2014 meeting of the Columbus Municipal School Board. At this time, we will have our invocation provided to us by Mr. Glenn Lotzenheiser, followed by the pledge, which will be offered by Sebastian Rojas Rincon.
Okay, please bow your heads. Father, we just thank you for this school district, and we thank you for all who are involved, Father, and we just ask your blessing upon them. We just pray, Father, that you would help all of us to do our very best and help us, Father, to achieve in this school district and give us the insight and wisdom that we need to have in order to make the right decisions for the boys and girls of our district. And, Father, I just pray for every person here in this room. I pray for every family that's represented, Father. I pray that you would watch over them and help us, Father, in this meeting, as I said, to make the right decisions. And help us always, Father, that whatever we do here and each day hereafter, that we do it for your honor and glory. And, Father, for any in our districts that are having problems, Father, we just ask your blessing upon them, that you would see them through any difficulty, any problem that they may have. We pray for our nation, especially for those in leadership and authority. We pray for the men and women in the military, that you would watch over them and bring them safely back to their families. Now go with us and guide us, Father, in all that we do and all that we say, for we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Lotzenheiser. Sebastian is a 6th grade student at Columbus Middle School. And now we'll have our pledge.
Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. We do have a quorum here tonight, so we will continue with our agenda and move to open forum.
Madam President, I have a question before we get into the adoption of the agenda.
Sure.
Ms. McGill, why are you not sitting with the board tonight?
I was asked to sit here.
By who?
Mrs. Riddell.
Is that true?
It is true.
Because the board did not take action, and that's a violation of rules, state law, that the board acts, not a person directing steps of an administrator or another person in the district. So there's a problem. We could be in violation of our accreditation because you're directing, without board approval, someone to do an action.
Mr. Dunn, it is not an action. It was simply...
It was not an action. The board did not act. But, if you directed her to do that, I think the board, the majority of the board decides this is their meeting. So the board has to act to decide everything, how the room will be arranged, when you're going to meet, how you're going to meet, that sort of thing.
Mr. Spears, would you like for us to take an action on that right now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
No, I'm not the one that has to make the motion. I didn't make the call to move her off the board.
She's not off
the
board.
No, she moved off the board table here. Yes.
She's not off the board. She's simply with the rest of the management team for the district. And it is easier.
I guess because she's obviously someone that is asked a lot of questions, does a lot of explanations. So when she is talking to the public, now how will the public see her unless she stands up every time she does it versus being in the place that Dr. Liddell, Dr. Phillips, Dr. Beeson, everyone else is. So why now is it something that you decided to do?
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Spears, the interim superintendent would be making responses to this board. But if there's an action that needs to be taken, board, is there an action?
Well, there's a point of order. We are in open forum.
No, actually,
we have not gotten to adopt the agenda yet.
Right. But before we adopt the agenda, this was a question that is still an open floor to where I can ask the question, and I did. So, we can try to all of a sudden now move ahead, but the question is still there. If you want to take a board action to make this permanent, that's on you.
Board, is there an action that needs to be taken? Is there a motion?
then if the board is not directing this action to take place, then we should all take our seats back as to where they were at the last board meeting when we adjourned.
It's no problem to do that, Mr. Spears, but I think with the interim superintendent sitting there with the rest of the management team, it is easier for
Did
us
our
to
other
see.
interim superintendent sit there?
I was not in
I was
this
not
role
either,
at that
but
time.
the answer is no. So why was it all of a sudden decided without board approval to do this?
Board approval, Mr. Dunn, can you please address whether or not board approval is required for the seating order? Because in the past, when a new president has taken the chair, the seats have changed. It is not written in policy. There is no schematic for the seating order. I mean, in the past, we voted on officers by the incoming people having the least seniority, and that is not stipulated in policy. So I don't understand where you're going with this, Mr. Spears. The order does change, the seating order does change, and it has never required a board action.
The seating order for board members has nothing to do with board attorney, board clerk, and superintendent. Just because I changed chairs and it swapped around, that has nothing to do with the question that I've posed. I mean, this is not D.C. You can't do an executive order
Then I
decree
mistake. I apologize
and
for
make it just
mistakenly heard
happen.
you.
So-
If having the interim superintendent sit there with the rest of
I just think that it makes no sense. You've got someone that has to go through probably 95% and speak to 95% of the agenda, and you're going to put them off to the side where the public who is here to hear the board and that individual, to me, I mean, and plus you did it without board approval. Which
if the board does not,
I cannot call up and tell somebody to go do something for me.
if
That's
the
a
board does
violation.
not want to take that as an action, Mr. Spears, then we can certainly invite the interim superintendent to come back and have a seat with the rest of this
I'm not fighting a battle for Ms.
board.
McGill. I'm fighting a battle against the fact is that I can't call and do something and tell somebody to do something. Mr. Lewis cannot. You cannot. No one individually can do it. We act as a board.
Well,
Whether you
Mr.
like the
Spears,
votes or not, we act as a board.
Mr. Spears, it is not a problem to have the interim superintendent to come back and sit with the rest of this board. It is not a problem.
So, I mean, we don't have to have an action for that because that's the way it was. So we have to have an action if you want her to be relocated over here because the board would make that determination.
And if the board does not want to take that action, if that is not the board's pleasure, then she can simply come back.
We'll call for it.
I got a question.
Sure.
What does the policy say? I mean, what is the policy that you're referring to on the seating chart?
There's accreditation standards and procedures that we have to follow. And by us, just as an individual deciding we're not going to do that, that puts this whole board as compromised in violation of that accreditation standard. Because if I call and tell someone as a teacher, teach this, or if I tell an administrator to do that, that's me as a board member going outside the realm of what I'm allowed to do. It goes outside of governance.
I'm aware of that.
And we've had this problem before.
I'm aware of that, but what I'm saying is, what is that policy? Because it seems like we're talking about seating charts, not telling the teacher to do something else. I'm the newest member. I just want to know what is the policy.
David, do you happen to have any information?
What he's referring to is accreditation standards, and basically, board members are not supposed to tell administrators what to do. Now, I have said that a majority of the board can decide, I think, on seating order, just like they can decide executive session, who's admitted into executive session, who's not. So I didn't say that there was a violation of accreditation standards. I mean, that's a close call, but I don't know that it is. I do know that for 25 years, the CEO of the district has sat in the middle right here, and probably, this is more of a hot seat than a cold seat. I mean, in a sense, you want the CEO to be sitting right here so that they have to be accountable and work with the board president and the school board attorney.
Question.
Yes, Mrs. Fisher.
Mr. Don, as our attorney, are you saying that we are breaching accreditation standards? If so, we do need to correct that. But are we breaching accreditation standards
I did not.
by changing
I
seating?
didn't.
And does the board need to vote on that and making an action?
I did not say that.
And I'm asking for a
And-
clarification because the question has been raised.
I don't think that the school board president directing the superintendent to rearrange the seating on the podium would, I'm guessing now, because there's no case law, there's no AG opinions on something like this, I don't think that it would be a violation of accreditation standards. I don't think so. But I do think a majority of the board decides or could decide on something like this, and this is a departure from at least 25 years of experience to move the superintendent off the podium.
So are you saying then that it's a matter of practice for 25 years? Or are you saying that it's a matter of policy, or if it's a matter of accreditation requirements or state statute?
I have said that it is, in my opinion, not a violation of accreditation. I said that. I do not know of any statute, and I don't know of any policy. I have not quoted any, hadn't cited any, that says that, you know, but I don't know that the school board president has the authority to decide as to the seating chart. It's really a matter of the board, the will of the board.
May I weigh in on this?
Sure, Ms. Latson.
I've been president of this board on 5 separate occasions, and I know that when I was board president, I would confer with the superintendent on multiple occasions during the course of a meeting, and I would not have ever wanted to run a meeting without the superintendent by my side, because there's so many things that come up that the superintendent needs to respond to. And Mr. Spears, I think, had said that roughly 95% of the agenda items are going to be addressed by the superintendent. I don't know the exact percentage, but I do know that there are many, many things on the agenda that the superintendent has to speak to. And just from a personal perspective, I don't know whether, to me, it's a practical matter as much as anything, because I think there is a benefit not only to the board president, but to the other board members to have the superintendent at the same table where we sit.
Thank you, Ms. Latzenheiser. Is there any more discussion on this matter? Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes,
Because,
Ms. Fisher.
and I would just like Mrs. McGill to, I guess, further clarify why you were asked to move. Were you given a reason why you were asked to sit with your team? Because you said that the board president asked you to move. So was there a reason or a validation given to that?
No, ma'am.
Was this in person, or was it sent some other written letter, FedEx?
It was, I can answer that, Mrs. Spears.
Okay.
It was sent via email.
Okay.
So if there's no more discussion.
To Mrs. Ballard. It was sent to Mrs.
To
Ballard.
Mrs. Ballard with the copy to the interim superintendent, as all communication is sent. Is there any more discussion on this matter?
No.
Board, is there an action that you would like to take? If there's no action that we'd like to take, Mrs. McGill, we invite you to come back and have a seat with the rest of this board.
I'm happy to do that, but I am somewhat puzzled. I don't know if this is a time or place for me to ask why. But
It was simply so that you could be with the rest of your management team. When I sat where Mr. Spears is sitting, for me to be able to see you sitting in this position was very difficult. Oftentimes, I was told by the public that they could not hear me in the microphone because I was leaning, trying to talk to you and not into my microphone. So that was simply a matter of logistics to have you sit there. But I never thought in a million years that it would create this type of discussion at the beginning of our meeting. So if you would like to come and have a seat back with the rest of the board, you're welcome to do so.
I mean, just to be clear, it would be this way about anything. If the board is going to be a board and act as a board, then we act as a board. We don't decide we're going to do it one way. I didn't do it,
We
and I will not do it,
understand that,
and
Mr.
I just
Spears.
asked that would be
We understand. So I guess we probably should not have the two tables that are out there now, and the podium should not be where it is right now, because those were things that were asked to make it more conducive to be able to see who's speaking and presenting. But I do thank you for your input and for your concern.
Thank you.
While the interim superintendent is making her way back up to the podium, we do have an open, we have two people who have signed up for open forum. First, we have Aaron Stringer and Lindsay Mueller from the Columbus Public Library to talk about the summer library program. So if you would come forward, please, and share with us in about 5 minutes what it is that you would like to share. And we apologize for the delay in your presentation, but thank you for being with us tonight.
Good evening, Board. I'm Aaron Stringer, the Director of the Columbus Public Library. This is Lindsay Miller. She's our Youth Services.
Excuse me, I don't think that the microphone is on.
I'll do when you finish. I'll let them finish and I'll do it. Thank you.
Testing. Oh.
There you go. Thank you.
I'm Aaron Stringer, the Director of the Library, and this is Lindsay Miller, our Youth Services Coordinator. We are coming here tonight to talk to y'all about possible partnerships with the school district. With summer coming up, we know that summer slide is a big problem when children are out of school, and we do have several programs going on this summer that I'm going to let Ms. Miller tell you more about, but we are open to any type of partnership that we could work with y'all on now or in the future for the next school year.
Okay, so we did have some printouts for y'all, and Ms. Stringer is going to come around. Oh, let me keep one. Thank you, Ms. Stringer. And I will keep one so I can talk to you about these. We do have our summer library programs coming up, and those do begin in June. Like Ms. Stringer said, we are very concerned about summer slide, and luckily this year our theme is Fizz Boom Read, which is all about science. And I know that is a big STEM area this upcoming school year and probably for the next few years, or however long it takes for our nation to get our mathematics and science skills back up to par. So you'll see when you look at this schedule, the first sheet is the general summer library program schedule. At the very top, you'll see our early literacy summer library program, which is AKA Mother Goose's Storytime. Registration for that is ages 3 to 5, and that's every Thursday at her normal times. But the real bulk of our program that's going to affect your Columbus Municipal School District children is the K through 6 SLP program. So registration for that is for children kindergarten through 6th grade. We are flexible on those ages, though. And it starts with our Summer Water Science Day kickoff, which is on June 7th in the library parking lot. And we'll have all kinds of activities that have to do with water safety and water science. For example, we'll have one of those little kiddie pools out there that has different objects which they can throw in, and they can see which items float, which items don't float, and then we can expound on those conversations about why those things are the way they are. This program happens every June and July Tuesday at 10 a.m. Program presenters this year include Tommy Terrific the Magician, Mr. Richard the Kids Musician, and Animal Tales, all of which are focusing on our science areas. Animal Tales is focusing on animal classification. Tommy Terrific is going through the different branches of science with his magic show. We also have the Mad Scientist Day, which will consist of the students or children being able to come to the library and experience a multitude of different science projects on their own. Each station will have a product that they can take home along with the information that goes along with it. We also have a presentation by the 4-H Extension Office. They're doing a book presentation where their group of children actually act out a story, but they're also doing the Where Does Pizza Come From program, where they talk about all the aspects that go into making a pizza and the science behind it. And then the very end of our program is, of course, the incentive program, where we give out those incentive literacy packs in exchange for their completed summer reading logs. Now, all children that attend our program here in Columbus do not have to be registered with the summer reading program. For example, the YMCAs and the Boys and Girls Club will come on occasion to one of our presentations. However, they do have to have a completed reading log at the end to get the incentive literacy pack, and that is due to funding. Like Ms. Stringer said, we are very open to partnering with y'all on whatever summer plans that y'all end up coming up with. Obviously, this program is every Tuesday at 10 a.m., but we're open to coming up with anything that would be more beneficial as a partnership when it comes to timing. We would be very interested in getting your summer reading list so we could go ahead and purchase some of those books to keep on hand for the children to take out and take home with them. And I'd also like to go ahead and get that list so that I can maybe incorporate some of those surely Common Core nonfiction titles into our collection and into the actual programming that we will be doing. Maybe that way the kids can get a lot of exposure to that nonfiction before they get back into school next year. The only other thing I was going to say, you also see the teen program, which is right underneath that, Spark a Reaction. And we're actually having the chemistry department from State come to work with our kids on that program, and that is on Saturdays. And like I said, we are very open to any kind of partnerships. I know that, I think it's Miss Pegues, I'm not really sure how to say her name, P-E-G-U-E-S, is over y'all's food center.
Pegues.
Piggies, okay, is over your food center program for this summer. We've gotten emails about that, and I've already sort of called and laid a foundation for that. We'd love to use her resources and help her to feed the children that we have coming to the library as well. I think they're trying to expand that program through the state right now. But we are very flexible, and we're just thankful that y'all had us here to talk to y'all. We're really just all about our children here in the city.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Board, do you have any questions?
I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm assuming that there's no fees associated with any of these programs or activities. Is that correct?
There is not one fee associated to any of these. These are free and open to the public. All of the programs that you see on the schedule, and of course we serve our branch libraries out in the county as well, all of them are absolutely free. And along with those reading lists that you send to us, that's just a supplemental offering for y'all.
And one question I have, Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Spears.
Is transportation. I mean, is there any type of transportation allowed, or is it parents that do it, or is that something that the school is responsible for? I mean, just how is that?
We can't provide transportation, but I mean, the children that come, parents bring them when they come with Boys and Girls Club, they're transporting them there. But as far as the library, we cannot transport.
Sure.
However, we do work with the Read Across Columbus program, and with that program, we actually do go out to the different community centers for the summer camps here in Columbus and take our presentations to them.
Ms. Fisher.
I have one question.
Yes,
Thank you very much for this opportunity to give this fun summer to our kids, and we're hoping that they
Sneak
will
the learning
learn. Yeah, our youth, our students. I just have one question, just a clarification. You said that you would be able to give out books to the students, but are those books that will be expected to be returned, and will library cards be required?
With the reading list, if y'all give us a reading list, we will purchase the books that are on the reading list for checkout.
Okay.
Because we don't have the funding to buy, but there are grants that we can possibly suggest to y'all, that would possibly provide a bulk of those books.
But students should be prepared, or parents should be prepared to sign up for a library card, and that's a good thing.
Indeed. And those
That's
are
very
free as well, and you can get them on site that day.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Thank you again for coming and sharing. Next on the open forum, we have Ms. Nicole Clinkscales. The topic is discipline.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to draw you all's attention to a study that was released about a month ago by the U.S. Department of Education. And it ranked Mississippi as second highest in the country for suspension rates among black male students. And I attended a conference in this very room a couple of years ago which placed our school district at the top in the state of Mississippi. So what does that tell us? That tells us that in the entire country, our school district is potentially one of the highest suspension rate school districts among black male students. And I don't know whether or not this board has undertaken to study its own reports, I don't know whether or not this board has on its agenda as it's looking at its policies and procedures in the next coming school year, and particularly it's the actual formalized school policy. But I want to make some, I guess, observations and then some suggestions. We're coming off of a past several weeks of just torture for parents, for the community, for law enforcement, for schools, for all of our administrators, I'm certain for all of you. And our prayers that has come to an end. We don't know what the future may bring, but it has been sheer torture from a parent standpoint and also from just being a community advocate standpoint, because what we're seeing is a disruption of our normal school day. And what we value as parents more than anything is the valuable time of instruction. And every time that we are considering a deviation from that instructional time period, we're cautioned, because that's the objective of the school, is to make sure that our students are in the classroom as much and as often as possible getting instruction. So anytime they spend outside of that classroom structure, they're missing instruction time. That includes any time they spend in ISS or ISD. That includes any time they spend in out-of-school suspension. So I would think that as a district, knowing that our primary concern is instruction, that we would do everything possible to make sure that our students spend as much time in the classrooms as possible. So you may ask yourself, well, why am I raising that and connecting that to the unfortunate series of events that we've experienced recently? I'm going to step aside and be a parent for a moment, because my son has been suspended twice in the last week for a total of 5 days for incidents that I find to be pretty minor, but that may warrant some discipline. I agree with the fact that they warrant discipline. Whether they warrant 5 days out of school, out of his classroom where he's learning, I have a difference of opinion about that. And when I look at the statistics that I requested from the school district a couple of school terms ago, and I look at the numbers of black male students that are being suspended, it's astounding. In total, we're suspending, the total percentage of suspensions in our district hovers somewhere around 70 to 75% in the black male student category. And we know that in the education community, our black males most times do not outnumber our female students. So that tells me that we're suspending, and by comparison, the numbers for female students is somewhere around maybe between 2 to 10%. So you're looking at a total of 70%, and in some categories, and I just invite you to look at your reports and look at them very closely. In some class sizes, you may have 202 incidents of black males being suspended, where you may have a white male 0 in a whole year. And I just think that that's something that as a district we've got to take a look at, because not only does this report from the Department of Education warrant that, but our own internal numbers warrant that. And so what am I suggesting? I'm not suggesting that we don't discipline our students. I'm suggesting some alternatives.
1 more minute, Ms. Clinkscales.
Thank you. I'm suggesting some alternatives. I'm suggesting that we look at before school detention. I'm suggesting we look at after school detention. I'm suggesting that we look at paper cleanup, litter patrol, something other than placing our students for small infractions like dress code violations or profanity or talking loud or minor things. I'm not talking about fighting or, I'm not talking about those kind of major infractions. Tardiness. If you look at the numbers at Columbus High School, tardiness used to lead the pack in terms of the numbers of suspensions. Well, if a child is tardy, they're missing instruction. If you put them in ISS, they're missing even more instruction. So I don't know that we're fixing the problems that we're trying, I guess, with our discipline policy to address. And so what I would just ask is that as a district, that you take a look at the U.S. Department of Education's report, that you take a look at our own district internal policies, our own district internal reports, and as you look at our policies for the next upcoming year, that we explore some more alternative or creative ideas for suspension or for discipline other than what we have seen has been the trend thus far.
Thank you, Ms. Clinkscales, for coming and sharing with the board. Board, are there any questions? Mr. Lysenheiser.
You mentioned the U.S. Department of Education study. Was the thrust of this study solely with suspensions, or what was the scope of the study, if you know? Was anything besides suspensions looked at?
Well, the report that I'm referencing was on racial disparities in education. So it actually looked at a lot of different variables, and it looked at it along racial lines. Mississippi happened to rank at the top in two pretty critical categories, and that was the number of rookie teachers that are teaching our students in Mississippi, African-American students, as well as the number of suspension rates, or what our suspension rate is. But it's a global study that just covered general racial disparities, and I guess that there are many different indicators.
Could you share with us what was the name of that study and when was it released? Do you have that information?
It was released in mid-March, and I don't know the exact title to the discussion. I'm sorry, to the report. But it was released in mid-March. And I will tell you that it comes on the heels of litigation that was instituted by the U.S. Department of Justice against a school in Meridian, Mississippi in October 2012 for these very kinds of violations of civil rights. And so that's part and parcel of where that report comes from.
Mr. Latzenheiser, would you like to see that report?
I would like to see it, absolutely, I would. I don't know whether any other board members would, but I would like to, to take a look at that study if it's available.
Could we have a copy of it put in our resources?
I was just going to ask Ms. Clinkscales, could you submit that report to the Office of the Interim Superintendent?
If, Madam President,
sure.
if I may, and one other question, if it's my understanding with the Meridian situation, they were sending students directly from school to the juvenile detention center, or it was that they would just...
Which the Columbus Municipal School District has a pattern of doing as well.
And maybe we should also inquire as to those types of infraction, or those types of situations as well, as we complete our due diligence with this report.
Yes. It covers not only suspensions, but it also covers the referral to what Mr. Spears is referring to the juvenile justice system for what the study referred to as minor infractions, vulgarity, profanity, those kinds of things.
So if you would submit that report to the Office of the Interim Superintendent, and Mrs. McGill, if you would then send that out to the rest of the board, we'd appreciate it. Are there any more questions?
Thank you all for allowing me to
Thank
speak.
you for sharing. Now we have reached the part of our agenda where we need to adopt the agenda as it is printed, which requires an action. Board, is there an action?
So moved.
It has been properly moved in second. Discussion?
Yes, please. Madam President and Board, if you will look at the agenda as printed, item 9, I believe it's 9N, consideration to approve the summer feeding program, personnel and sites. I would request that that be removed from the consent agenda, as well as the items under that for the feeding program, Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, and housing.
Okay, Mrs. Fisher, would you repeat those, please?
Yes, ma'am. It's item 9 under the consent agenda.
Yes.
I request that item 9N regarding CLRA, Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, and housing be removed, and we consider those separately.
Okay. Is that the only item? Item N?
That is item 9N. I do have a question. There are some things in the consent agenda which other things that I don't agree should be here. Consent agenda generally indicates that these are things that are not going to require discussion, but just a vote up or down. And I would like to request also that item 9O, consideration to approve the extended school year application, be removed so that we can vote on that separately.
So if I have this correctly, Mrs. Fisher, you're asking for item N, 9N, Clara, CLRA, that contract
CLRA.
be removed?
Yes,
And then
please.
you're asking for item O, consideration to approve extended school year, to be taken
Off of the consent agenda and
Okay.
considered by itself or separately.
I mean, according to this agenda that we were given, I have item 9N as consideration to approve school bus service agreement.
under that agreement, Ms. Watson.
9M.
You said M as in Mary?
M as in Mary.
Okay.
I stand corrected. Thank
Okay.
you.
Emma's and Mary is the summer feeding program.
The summer feeding program, I would like to have that removed as well.
So M is to be removed, O is to be removed, and N,
M as in man,
Okay, not-
N as in no, O
Okay.
as in only.
okay.
So those last three are being removed completely or relocated?
You're asking for item number M to be taken off of the consent agenda and
Off
to
of
be
the consent
voted,
agenda to be
to be
voted on
voted on
separately.
separately?
And O. And O.
M, N, O.
And so they're being relocated? They're not
Yes.
being completely taken off? They're just
They're
being
taken off
removed?
of, from under the consent agenda.
Okay.
Okay, and that we would take those up separately. Are there any other changes to the agenda
For
for?
the minutes, if we could understand where they're going to be and what they're
Right.
going to be numbered or lettered.
So we will take those and just attach them under, we can make them items number,
If I may suggest,
yes,
Madam President,
yes.
those, by sake of clarifying, are now removed from item 9.
Okay,
They
thank you.
can be put under,
I mean, you could put them as additional items to go through separately under Board of Trustees.
they could go under trustees.
Or you could title it as number 22 and just leave it in place after 9 before Board of Trustees.
I would
What
suggest
would
that
you
we,
like to do?
that we put it under item 20, make it item 20, and it would be 20 for Clara, 9M, 21 for 9N, and 22 for 9O. Such other matters that may come before the board can now be removed to item 21. 20.
So the way that it stands right now, item 21 is the adjournment of
The adjournment.
the meeting. So you would like to have item number M be recognized as item number 21?
As
Madam
no,
President-
as item number 20.
Madam
number 20?
President?
Yes.
Just because we've had this happen before,
Mhm.
we can title it as, all of these as 20, let me see here, as 20,
As 20.
as 21, and move adjournment to 22, and we can still take it at that part of our agenda if we adopt it that way in the agenda.
And just renumber accordingly. So item number 21 will now become,
Well, Madam President,
Yes.
that's not what I'm offering. I'm asking that those items become item 20, which will be immediately after return to regular session and before such other
Other
matters that
such-
may come before the board.
so I have, for item number 20, I have consideration to approve the 2014 summer feeding program. I also have the consideration to approve school board service agreement.
That's correct.
And then I also have consideration to approve extended school year application. Is that correct?
And so it would be 20A, B, and C.
Yes.
May I make,
20
And-
A, B, and C, or 20, 21, and
22.
22?
20A, B, and C, I just said that they could become item 20, which Mr. Spears correctly has said that it would be 20A, B, and C.
may I make one suggestion?
Yes, Mr. Dunn.
And that is that there be sub-numbers under the one for the school bus services so that each of them are addressed individually. There are 4 different service agreements.
Right.
And I don't think that they should be taken all together. At least one of them, I'm going to have a suggestion regarding,
Which item are you referring to?
I'm talking
Item
about the
number-
school bus services.
What is the item?
Item number
Identity for the
N.
public.
N.
Okay, but that's my point. They need to be discussed separately. But right now, they're under consent agenda. They would not have been.
And I'm agreeing with
Okay.
you. I'm saying that
The individuals up under there need to be
all
separated.
4 of them
Right.
need to be individual items.
So it would just
So
be
we
20A, 20B,
B.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then 20C.
There you
See.
go.
Right. And so as far as item number N goes, there should be an N1, which would be for Boys and Girls Club, an N2, which would be
YMCA.
and an N3 for the Housing
There you go.
Authority.
Okay.
And I would just also like to ask that when we adopt the agenda, that we have 20, these items that we are relocating to this number, actually be listed ahead of number 10 of personnel management, so they just fall under the consent agenda, but they're still the individual lines. I mean, you can do that instead of deferring them to the very end of, after we've gone through executive session, everything, that we have all those still talked about at that point of the meeting.
Mrs. Fisher, do you mind amending?
That's logical. I don't have a problem with that. So now, just for the sake of clarification, we're
Madam
making those, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. President.
Go ahead.
Madam
So you're-
President,
Yes.
were you finished, Ms. Fisher?
No, I was just about to just clarify what Mr. Spears said, and it does make logical sense, that instead of them being 20, they become 10. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. They would stay 20, but they would be listed after 9. When we adopt the agenda, we can relocate anything at any time. So we just have the understanding that as we go through the agenda, when we finish 9, that item 20A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 20C would come there before we go to item 10.
Okay.
I mean, it's exactly like you constructed it. It's just that when we adopt the agenda, that's where it would be located.
So I have that coming right before item number 10.
That's correct.
20A, B, C.
That's correct. And then the only actual number that would change outside of what we just discussed is that the such other matters would become 21,
And then
and
the
then the adjournment would be 22.
So we have a motion to make,
Madam President,
I got to.
Yes.
Well, he has a question, but I
Yes.
have to take mine back to modify the new agenda.
okay, go ahead.
well, I also have
Ms.
some
Lewis.
items that I want to discuss separately.
Sure.
And that's going to be item G,
Under what number?
Is that
Under the
Consent
consent
agenda.
agenda?
9G?
yes, G and H.
Okay, I have G. What was the second?
H.
H. And so, Mr. Lewis, would you be opposed to us making those items numbered 10D?
No, ma'am.
Okay, 10D. So consideration to approve American Fidelity Assurance Company will now become item number 10D. And consideration to approve interim superintendent to develop specifications for the and to advertise bid number 624 will become 10E. Mr. Spears?
Because 10 is personnel, so, I mean, if we're taking it this way, I mean, we could locate them as, are you talking about keeping it as 20? Because you said 10.
It is 20, but we
Okay.
said that we would take
All
them
right,
up
yeah,
before we
I'm
got
fine
to
with
item
that.
number 10.
Okay. 20D and 20E? Okay.
Right.
Are there any other changes to the agenda?
I just have one question.
Yes, Mr.
Um,
Spears.
The field trips, fundraisers, and student transfers normally fall under the Mr. Shannon, and I just don't know why, since there's insurance that Mr. Lotzheiser from time to time has pointed out that we have not been correctly identified on in different things or facility uses, and different things as to why they are under consent agenda now, instead of Mr. Shannon being able to answer those questions.
If there are questions that
I
the
mean,
board,
we also impose different things as far as where vendors and things have to have their own ID numbers and such. So I think with all of those, the errors that Mr. Lotzheiser caught before and other things that the board itself has identified and instituted, I would ask that we would still have those listed in their own section.
so would you like to remove those from the
Yes.
consent agenda?
Yes. And I would just ask that those would be moved to,
Can we continue with the order that we have
we
and make
can.
that? Okay.
We can.
And which ones are
F?
they?
Those are items 9B as in Bravo, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta.
So those
Did you
are-
say E, facility rentals, since that regards liability? And
Yes, E
Insurance
is in Echo,
coverage.
that's correct, that one as well, I'm sorry.
So it's at B, C, D, and E.
Correct. And those would become 20 F, G, H, and I.
Okay, so I have for 20F, consideration to approve student transfer.
That's correct.
G.
Student transfers, yes. that would
G,
be-
consideration to approve fundraisers. D, H will now become consideration to approve field trips, and I will now become consideration to approve facility rentals.
That's correct.
Are there any other changes to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
So Ms. Fisher has motioned, and it has been,
I've got it. I took back my motion, and Mr. Lewis will have to take back his
His
second.
second.
okay,
Before we can go forward.
all right. Mr. Spears, will
I'm
you
sorry,
please
Mr. Berry.
use your mic? You might want to just lift it up. That's kind of what I was talking about when you're
I
moving
slid it down.
around.
I got you.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
Madam President?
Yes,
I
Mr.
will take that second back, but before we approve the agenda, Section 11, F number 3, should that read 504?
For policy IDDHB, it reads section 5014.
But it should be 504.
504, in other words.
504,
Yeah.
504.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that section again, please.
That's Section F, under Policy 3. It's
Okay.
Section 5014, that should be 504.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so we have now, Mrs. Fisher, you have now motioned that we make these changes to the agenda.
Has somebody made the motion?
Yeah,
So moved.
I'll second that.
all right. So it has been properly motioned and second for the changes to be made to the agenda. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please vote by showing your right hand. Any opposed? Do the same. The motion carries. At this time, we're at item number 6 on the agenda. And Mr. Dunn, I'm just asking at this point, have you reviewed all of the contracts that the board would have to take any action on for tonight?
I have reviewed all the contracts and agreements that are before you and find them to be legally sufficient. I do have one question and what recommendation about the agreement with the school bus services agreement with CLRA that I'll bring up at that time.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Next, we will move to item number 7, the Office of the Interim Superintendent. Mrs. McGill.
Thank you, Madam President. We're always very excited when we have an opportunity to recognize excellence in our schools. And we have 2 awards that were presented to 2 schools by the Program of Research and Evaluation for Public Schools, or PREPS as we know them. And so at this time, I'd like to ask the board if they would to go to the floor to present these awards to Sale Elementary and Columbus Middle School.
So we have for the PREPS, the Program of Research and Evaluation for Public Schools, Value Added Award presented to the Columbus Municipal School District, Sale Elementary International Studies Magnet School for a successful performance on the 2013 MCT2 Language Arts by PREPS, Inc., March 2014. Is the principal here? Let's give her a hand, please. PREPS, the Program of Research and Evaluation for Public Schools Value Added Award, is presented to the Columbus Municipal School District, Columbus Middle School for successful performance on the 2013 SATP2 Algebra 1 by PREPS, Inc., March 2014. All right, let's give her a hand as she comes.
That's it. And let me just add to that my congratulations, and I'm looking very much forward to the results of the state assessments from those two buildings this year as well. Congratulations, ladies, and please keep up the great work.
You can continue.
Okay. All right. At this time of the year, we are planning and looking forward to next year, and so I want to give us just an opportunity to hear about some of the things that we have going on and are planning for next year related to the curriculum. Of course, we pay attention to the whole child through our magnet school themes, which will be continuing for next year. We have our fine arts in elementary, music, drama, art, dance. We have middle school, band, choral, drama, gifted, and some of the same types of programs in the high schools. We have aerospace and science, medical sciences and wellness, international studies, technology, and communication. We're really hopeful that we will receive 2, maybe 3 or 4 grants that will allow us to heavily infuse STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math into the middle and high schools. We've submitted one grant already for about $7 million, another one for about $1 million, and then have an opportunity to write for 2 more. One in the amount of $25,000 and the other in the amount of $50,000. And those would be specifically geared toward or used for placing a robotics and engineering lab at the high school, and also at the middle school working with the MSU engineering department. We're very excited about those opportunities, and that is also in keeping with our focus on Common Core, where we are expected to have children ready for college and or career, particularly in the STEM areas. We're also beginning some discussions about career academies because we do want to continue our focus on getting students ready for college and career. We're looking at possible STEM Career Academy, a Visual and Performing Arts Career Academy, and an International Business and Marketing and Finance Career Academy. And in looking, of course, at our athletics, which I know some think athletics may not particularly be a part of curriculum. It is. It's a way of motivating children. The coaching staff for the particular sports gives us more personnel to monitor the grades of the students that are going through those programs, and it provides incentives to excel. And the athletics area of athletics is related to our strategic plan, 2A, which is achievement, 2G, which is graduation rate, and 5B, which is positive behavior support. And I'll just add here also, related to curriculum and our culture and climate of achievement, which is also a part of our strategic plan, that we're currently in baseball season, and we do have a GPA, collective GPA of 3.2. We're ranked number 2 in the state in 6A with an outstanding record of 17-5. We were noted in the April 10th issue of USA Today Sports Super 25 Baseball Rankings as the 19th ranked team in the U.S. We've had 15 college signees since 2007, and this is the 4th straight year that we're in the playoffs. And so that's just one example of the high expectations that we have in the area of athletics and in keeping our attention on the whole child. Again, the career academies are a huge part of what we're looking toward. We may only be able to implement one career academy next year, but if we, depending on the grant that we get, and that would be in the area, the STEM area, which also would include health and human sciences. Just to update you related to the curriculum and textbooks, we are adopting Singapore math for elementary. Math adoption was actually in 2012-13, but during that time we did not purchase math books, and so we are trying to catch up in that adoption, and it's actually a really good time because now the textbooks are in Common Core focus, and so it's really a good time to be adopting or purchasing those books. That Singapore math for elementary, we're also adopting math in grades 7 through 12 this year. We are adopting language arts in K through 12, and we're also using Saxon phonics in K through 2 to help us focus on the 3rd grade reading gate. We have implemented a really excellent program for universal screening. We do have to determine if our students are ready to learn, if they're on grade level, and how much growth they're making, and we do that through universal screening, and we're using the Ren Learn STAR Early Lit, STAR Reading, and STAR Math, in addition to common assessments. The really big focus next year will be Common Core state standards in the areas of English language arts and math in grades K through 12, and also in Common Core state standards for English language arts and literacy in history, social studies, science, and the technical subjects. And I commend the buildings for already infusing informational text into all of those subjects. We are being asked or demanded by the park assessment to increase our use of technology, and that's a good thing. To meet the needs of Common Core state standards, the park assessment part, but also the research and project-based learning that goes along with that. We have done some field testing with park, and Mrs. Bragg and Mrs. Lenore have done an outstanding job of coordinating those efforts, and our students have done a really good job of learning how to use TestNav, the technology that's required in taking the test. We are being asked to increase project-based learning in all areas for next year. Our teachers will be trained in that area. This summer we'll be developing units in English language arts and math. We will be revising our pacing guides that we developed last summer, and in the areas of reading, language arts, math, and science. And those pacing guides have been valuable to us in developing common assessments and in monitoring the curriculum. We've increased training and utilization of RTI, response to intervention. That's a method of progress monitoring our students. Through the Literacy-Based Promotion Act of 2013, we have increased our focus on literacy district-wide, but particularly in grades K through 3. We've already revised the kindergarten report card and have had a greater focus on reading. Most of our teachers, we lack just a few, but most of our teachers have received LETTERS training, which is Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, and that's the MDE recommended training for teachers of reading instruction. It addresses the core components of reading. Because of the accountability model, our focus has had to turn to identification of and intervention for the lowest 25 is what it's called in the State Department. So we're looking at the students who score the lowest 25%, and we are really focusing our instruction on interventions for them to help them show at least a year's growth. One of our goals in our strategic plan is to increase our graduation rate, and projections are that we will do that. And for next year, I commend Mrs. Savely and her staff for going ahead and putting in place some ACT prep, really ramping up dual credit and dual enrollment, which we'll be continuing that. We met with MUW representatives this week to iron out some of the details of that. We are also utilizing the MDE methods for graduation, which includes industry certification, taking the work keys, scoring a 17 on the ACT, and so we're excited about all of the different ways that students can graduate. That should really help our graduation rate. And last but not least, we are going to continue our focus on professional development, making sure our teachers are trained and have the tools that they need to provide the highest level of instruction. And we will be continuing our PLCs. The teachers have done a great job participating in those, using the data, and making changes to instruction. So we have an exciting year coming up, and I commend the district management team and the principals for working hard in developing our plan for next year. Thank you, Madam President, for giving me an opportunity to give an overview of the curriculum.
So that is the 2014-2015 Curriculum Update Board. Are there any questions for the interim superintendent, Mrs. Fisher?
I do. I have two questions. Thank you very much, Mrs. McGill. I have a good idea of what PARC is, but can you just explain that fully so that the public will understand what PARC is as it relates to Mississippi being a PARC state?
Moving into the Common Core State Standards curriculum, we were asked to become a part of one of two assessment systems, and the PARC system is the system that Mississippi is going to participate. It is a system of assessing students. There will be an end-of-year assessment, there will be a performance-based assessment, and then there will be other formative assessments throughout the year. The assessments will be online, and we started working with that some this year. That will be the system that other states are using as well. So it really provides us an opportunity to measure ourselves against other states on the same test, sort of like ACT. You know, ACT is a nationwide assessment, and this will be as well. So we can determine how well or know how well we stack up against other states. And it is a more rigorous assessment than we've seen in the past. Many of the questions are the practice test questions have 2 steps to them, multiple levels of thinking, and having to know one answer before you can get the other answer. So it is much more rigorous, and we have a challenge to prepare our children to be ready to take those assessments.
And PARC came about because of Common Core, is that correct?
That's correct. Okay. It was a part of the Race to the Top grant that many states received in order to help us be all on the same page.
You also, thank you. You also mentioned that you mentioned the 25% of the lowest scoring students. In terms of the MCT2 testing, are we getting, the board in the district, are we getting the results of the MCT2 test or the practice test?
You've been given both. Back in September, our principals and our district management team made a presentation based on the scores that came in from May of 2013. And so we provided an overview of those scores. Then periodically throughout the year, most recently being the latest common assessment that we gave, which was the ELS benchmark assessment. Those scores were given in the meetings, either at the building level or in board meetings. And so that's our way of progress monitoring to try to determine, are we on track to be where we want to be by the end of this year.
But the test results that we're given, they're the actual test for the ELS, not the practice. Is that correct, for the MCT2?
Well, the ELS is a practice test, yes.
But, okay, let me rephrase that then. The test results that are published are the ones that are the real test, not the practice.
That's correct, yes.
But I understand that the practice is given so that we can have a measure of where we've come from and where we are and where we intend to go.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Board, are there any other questions for the interim superintendent on item number B? If not, summer program planning, item C.
Thank you, Madam President. We already have planned a very, very busy summer, starting with an administrator's retreat. And I'll say very busy summer, not only for students, but for our staff as well. But we do have an administrator's retreat planned for June 3rd through the 5th. And during that time, that'll be here at Brandon. And during that time, we will look at updates from MDE. We have a representative from Mississippi Department of Education who will be here. Who'll talk about legislation, Common Core, the literacy initiative, the assessments, and then some legal updates as well, and legislation. We will review what we've done this year and its effectiveness, and look at what parts of what we've done this year will continue, that we will revise, that we will improve. And those are things like our professional learning communities, the meetings that teachers have within their building, within the school day, or right after school. They look at data, they look at the instruction that's done in the building and try to make a determination as to whether their instruction was effective or not. It's a self-assessment type of situation. We'll look at teacher coaching and mentoring that we've done this year and make a determination as to its effectiveness. We'll look at our assessment and data analysis plan. We'll look at our literacy plan and how well we're implementing and what we need to do to make sure our K through 3 students especially are meeting that third grade gate. We will do some scheduling and planning. We'll talk about MSTAR, the teacher evaluation system, and how well and how effectively we've put that into place, what we need to do differently for that next year. We'll do some goal setting, expectations, look at monitoring our progress, and some monthly tasks. And we're looking at maybe assigning teachers summer reading as well as students. The curriculum work that we are going to be doing will involve elementary and secondary buildings. Our academic coaches will be involved in helping Mrs. Lenore and Mrs. Bragg implement the revision of the pacing guides, planning and writing our first 9 weeks Common Core units for next year, and developing those performance-based assessments that we're going to need to have in place in order for our children to practice, so that we don't get to May and our students not know what those look like. In secondary, we're going to work on vertical alignment between the middle and the high school. We've noticed some gaps, so we've identified gaps between the middle and the high school curriculum, and we will be addressing those in English language arts and math. Teachers will be spending time reviewing Common Core state standards to see where they may need more training. We'll also be looking at the science, the area of science, and in the middle and high schools we'll be writing some of the, making some of the lesson plans for the first 9 weeks. We plan to have 21 elementary teachers involved in that, 14 middle school teachers, and 8 high school teachers. So we'll be working with them very closely this summer. Then we'll have a small group of teachers come in to really refine what the large group did, to put that all together into a curriculum management plan that will be stored in Mrs. Lenore's office, because we're required under Mississippi Public School accountability standards to keep that up to date. We're really excited about our summer reading program. I'm happy to see our friends from the library here tonight. We are going to have, we've already developed a reading list for our students, and we'll be distributing that very soon. We will place that at the public library, at Books A Million, Walmart, and some other places. And we'll be sending letters home with students, telling parents about our expectations for reading this summer, and for what will be expected of the students when they return in August, to show us that they read those books. And it won't be just a test. We're going to stay in line with the performance-based assessment type of items that our students will be required to do on the PARC assessment when they are tested in the next year. We're also very excited about our summer parent workshops. I say this very, very often, almost everywhere I go. Our parents are so vital to us and our job and our children being successful. And very often parents feel badly if they work and they can't get to the building. We want them to come to the building, but we don't want them to feel badly if they can't. But what they can do and what we need them to do is to help our children read and learn to read and love to read. And they can do that at home with children. And so our parent workshops will be designed to help parents understand the importance of that. And I know they know that, but we want to provide them some strategies. We are going to have a meeting or a parent workshop at the Boys and Girls Club, the Housing Authority, and the East Columbus Gym, and those dates will be released at a later date. The focus will be on helping your child succeed in school, but particularly with information about the third grade gate, making sure our summer reading lists are out there and that our students are reading those books. And then we'll get the registration information and the testing. We're going to focus on testing tips and information as well. So we're excited about those plans, and we're looking at the possibility of having books available to the children and the parents who come, trying to increase the home libraries, which is also one of the goals in our strategic plan. We have determined the dates for summer registration. That's going to be Wednesday, July the 23rd, and Thursday, July the 24th. And again, we'll be sending that information out to the buildings in the near future. We also have a couple of summer school programs. We have credit recovery at the high school, June 2nd through 27th, and that's for students who maybe didn't meet the promotion requirements for a class and need to and can make up that credit over the summer to help keep them from not being on track to graduate. And we'll also have an extended school year for our students with IEPs, and that will be held at Cook this summer. So as you can see, we have a very, very busy summer ahead of us, and we're looking forward to it and to the results that this district can gain from all of that. And I commend Mrs. Bragg and Mrs. Lenore for putting this together and getting this in place. And of course, it's an effort. Our district management team meets regularly to discuss, to review, reflect, and to plan. And I can't say enough good about what they do and how well they work. So thank you, Madam President, for giving me an opportunity to talk about our summer programs.
Thank you, Mrs. McGill. Board, are there any questions? If not, we'll move to item number D, the budget process update.
Not only are we winding down, thank you, Madam President, but not only are we winding down this year and getting ready for state assessments, we are also in the process of planning for next year. We are in the budget process. We've had meetings with all of our department heads, with all of our principals, all of our support staff, department heads, and we have a really good beginning place for all of our budget needs. We are in the process, through our federal programs, of collecting information from our stakeholders through our needs assessment. And those letters have gone out from the building to our parents, asking parents to participate in a survey that is available online through our website. Parents can go to the buildings if they don't have access to internet at home. They also can go to the public library and access the internet. And I'd like to ask Mr. Brown if he has any other comments that he'd like to make about the needs assessment and the community involvement in that process.
Good evening.
Very briefly, our needs assessment process starts with any input that we receive, phone calls that come in, we track from parents who, if they're complaining about a bus that's moving too slowly. It's taking all of the various data that we receive and putting that into a comprehensive package where we address those needs. We made the decision today to extend our community survey because we have very small response. And actually, we're going to send out letters this week advising our community and our parents that that process has been extended because we're nowhere near our normal numbers for what we receive. One of the things that is weighing heavily in our parent survey question we always ask, does your child feel safe at school? We've never gotten more than 5% that say that their child didn't feel safe at school. Currently, we're running over 30% that say that their child doesn't feel safe at school. And I think that can be directly attributed to the situation with our bottom grades. So we are going to extend that, get those letters out again to parents to let them know and to the community that they still have an opportunity to participate in that assessment. And then we take those statements, I think it's what Gail asking, how does that come back to the budget? Well, Stokes Beard is our technology school. And invariably, the one thing that is always asked for at Stokes Beard is more computers. And true to form, in our somewhat limited sample, that's still the number one things that parents are asking for is more computers at Stokes Beard. So we take all of that into consideration when we plan for not just the use of our federal funds, where we're required to look at this, but we look at this across the board for all district funds to make sure that we're addressing the needs that the parents and the community and the students have expressed.
So, Mr. Brown, the surveys are being administered now to all parents in the district?
It's live right now, but due to the low response we received, we are going to extend that for another 2 weeks. Yes, sir.
One was sent home to notify the parents to go online.
The letters went home to with the students approximately 2 weeks ago, and we've gotten a very slow response.
Madam President, I have a question.
Ms. Spears?
When you were outlining all of the different ways that they could return it, I didn't hear that they could send it back with the student. Are they allowed to do that?
Yes.
From the classroom level, and then they're collected and then sent to the central office or whomever needs to collect them?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Mrs. Fisher?
Mr. Brown, a couple of things. I've taken a partial look at the comprehensive need assessment survey. I wanted to take a full look, but because I wasn't answering the questions, I couldn't move forward to from the first page. So can that be made available, just the content, so that we can see what it entails on Board Book? And secondly, is it appropriate to use the Falcon Blast to let parents know that this survey is out there, that they need to take it, because parents don't always get what students take home, unless,
Sure.
you know, they don't always get it for whatever reason.
Typically, we're running 500 to 600 responses by now. And we're at less than 100. So
Yes,
we'll
okay.
take advantage of any means necessary to get those responses.
Very good. Thank you.
Board, are there any other questions for Mr. Brown? All right, thank you, Mr. Brown.
In continuing to update you regarding the budget process, we are planning a budget workshop with the board. Our tentative date is May the 8th at 5:30. We've not confirmed that at this point, but that's our tentative plan. So by then, we should have our a pretty good feel for what the budget may look like. It won't be finalized at that point, but it'll be at a place where we will welcome input from our board related to needs that they may have seen over the past year. And so we're looking forward to getting their input into that process.
Is your microphone on, Mr. Lewis?
Madam
Thank
President,
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
on the May 8th, is there not any way that we can have that meeting?
Yeah.
On the May 8th meeting, is there not any way that we can have that meeting earlier?
Earlier in the day or
Yeah, as
earlier?
in prior to May the 8th.
So I don't,
She said tentative budget workshop with the trustees is going to be on May the 8th.
We can look at that possibility. We just won't have, when we can get your input, certainly, we just won't have as much information to give you until about that point. Time we get our salary projections done, our revenues determined, it'll take that long to get all of that together for you. But we can have it earlier, you just won't get as much information from us.
My question is, were you just questioning the time, the 5:30, or the actual date?
Oh, the actual date.
Okay, all right.
so would it be good, the way that we normally try to establish dates and times for meetings is where we ask the board clerk to kind of survey the board to see what day and what time would be good?
Sorry. I just have one question for Mrs. McGill. Relative to revenues, you mentioned that all the revenues would not be in. What revenues are we looking for that wouldn't be in by the end of April 1st?
For us, it's MAEP. We have gotten initial charts in, but not the final. So we won't, and I don't know when that will come in. The governor has not yet signed the budget, and so we're trying to wait and have those revenues from the state available to us in a definite amount. I don't know when. I know he is signing bits and pieces of the budget, but I don't know when that will all be finalized.
So, Mrs. McGill, could you ask that the board clerk email the board for dates and times? That would be good for this meeting.
May I add one thing? I really don't care when we meet, but I do want to have a complete as possible presentation from the superintendent. So just on a personal level, I would like to have as much detail and as much information as we possibly can, regardless of when we meet.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions about that piece? All right, you can move to item number E.
Okay. At last month's board meeting, we asked you to, we provided you information about one-time expenditures, and primarily the one-time expenditures include textbooks and a baseball, softball practice facility, and increasing the football athletic facility, the size of the weight room, buses, 3 regular and 1 sped, a replacement of an AS400. That is a printer of sorts, although it's a huge, not printer.
Excuse me, Mrs. McGill, could we bring that up, please? Do you have that available, Mrs. McGill, to
It
bring
is
up?
not available as an attachment.
Is there a document that we can retrieve to pull it up?
This is
From-
it, Board Resources?
Board resources?
Yes. Yeah. While she's going to Board Resources, the AS400 is it's equipment that is used to print our checks. And the one that we have is about, I want to say 12 or 13 years old, and it's not in the best shape. We are also asking for one-time expenditures for technology for all of the schools. And I was in a meeting with superintendents this past week, and one superintendent said, in getting ready for the park assessments and Common Core, that their district had spent $600,000 last year and $600,000 this year in getting up to speed. And so I do know that all across the state, districts are being challenged to make sure that their districts are ready for the assessments that we know will have to be taking part in. So as we look forward and plan for that, we asked Mrs. Tippett to put together a plan by school that would enable us to be ready for that process a year from now. And so the expenditures that we're asking for management information systems and wireless access in the schools are reflected in the list that we have, as well as in the documentation that was provided to the board. And it was a very thick set of documentation that we, of backup that we provided for you.
Okay, Ms. McGill, I think they have it up for you now. If you could just start at the top and
Sure.
just kind of step us through
Yes.
each of the categories, please.
All right. Textbooks, and I mentioned in our curriculum update that the math textbook adoption was a couple of years ago, and at that time we did not purchase the new Common Core textbooks, which is fine because at this point we now have more information about the textbooks that more adequately support Common Core, and we're able to make a better decision. So you can see at the high school we're asking for $148,000, at the middle school $68,000, Cook $93,000, Fairview $37,000, Franklin $49,000, Sale $47,000, Stokes Beard $62,000. And just by way of backup, Mrs. Lenore took the actual numbers that are projected for next year and asked each of the textbook companies to provide us with actual quotes. So the numbers that you see here are actual numbers. And that total is $505,979 for textbooks. The baseball and softball practice facility.
Excuse me, Mrs. McGill, I think there's a question.
Question on the
Ms. Fisher?
textbooks. You said that it would make them more adequately aligned with Common Core. Will it make them
Fully aligned.
Fully
Yes,
aligned
fully aligned.
with
We are
Common
now, with having waited is actually not a bad thing, because now the textbooks that we adopt will be fully aligned with Common Core.
And if, Ms. Tippett, if you can you bring up the document regarding the textbook summary for the 2014-2015 budget? And you mentioned that these are quotes from publishing companies?
That's correct. And the way the adoption process works is that the State Department handles that. And they give us the timeline, and they give us the guidelines. They set up what they call textbook caravans. We send representatives to those textbook caravans. In this district, we actually went a step further. We started back in November bringing textbook representatives into this district to give presentations to our teachers so that they had a really good idea of what's out there and could compare one textbook to another and then make their decision based on what they had seen.
Okay.
And so once we do a ballot, and we send the ballots out to all of the schools, and we get those ballots back, and that's how we make an adoption. And then we have to send those ballots in to the State Department. The State Department places the books that are adopted on a list, like an EPL. It's a state adoption list, and we're able to purchase those books at a better rate than if we just went out and purchased them without the state textbook adoption list.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. McGill. Ms. Fisher, was there something you needed to see?
Excuse me. I just want to make sure that whenever we request something, if we have documentation and it's available for the public to see online, that they have that opportunity to do so.
And I'll just say it was a decision. The backup documentation is about 3 to 4 inches thick, and I was fearful that someone would try to print the agenda and the backup and not realize that it's so very lengthy. But
I do have a question on that, because when I looked at, is that the technology portion that you're talking about?
All pieces, but yeah, the technology is the
because if you can, Beth, go to technology. Technology has a total page number of, I believe, 173. But it actually looks like about 17 pages, and the rest of it is duplicated. Can you look at that, Beth? It's going to take a minute, because I think that it's only 16 or 17 pages. I've gone through each one of them, and after the first 16 or 17 pages, everything is repetitive. It's duplicated.
It may be from a company that, by school, because what we gave you is by school. So it could be the same company, but with figures based on the enrollment at each school. I'm not sure about that, but
no,
I think
all the figures, all the tables are the same figures. All the text is the same text. If you can go to page 16, Beth, on that document.
Ms. Fisher, if you don't mind, Mr. Lewis had a question while Ms.
Yes, sir.
Tippett is trying to
Yes,
pull
ma'am,
that up.
that's
Mr.
fine.
Lewis? Microphone.
On the books, that's books for all children, math books, that is, for...
It's math, it is English language arts, and Saxon phonics.
But that's going to cover all of the children in the district with those books right there.
That's correct. For those subjects, math, English language arts, and Saxon phonics. Now, Saxon phonics is only used in the elementary schools.
With the order that large, what's the normal turnaround rate on getting those books back to the district?
It's pretty quick. If we place the order, let's just say by the end of this month, it will probably take about 6 weeks. Do you think that's about correct, Ms. Lenore? So, yeah,
That's a
that'll be
quick
about 6
turnaround.
weeks.
That's a really quick turnaround.
Yeah, it is. This time of year. Now, if we wait until July the 1st and place our order after all of the budgets are approved all across the state and the nation, you're looking at a longer period of time getting the books actually in. And you'll get, and when you do it that way, you will get pieces here and pieces there, and it takes a lot longer to get those, get them in. The longer we wait after the adoption.
Mr. Lewis, was that your question?
Yes.
Mrs. McGill, you said that this order would cover all of the textbooks
For those subjects.
for those subjects. Are we looking at any of the other textbooks that we may be in need of?
In our spending plan for textbooks. We are asking for one-time expenditures that you see, and then we would put in next year's budget what we call replacement books for subjects that were adopted years ago or in the past years, and we would lost books that have been lost, just replacements that we need, or any additional books due to increases in enrollment we would purchase with money that is in the budget for next year.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Fisher?
I don't want to belabor it, but if you go to page 16, Beth, just go up one page, and you scroll down to the end of that page, just to that page. You'll see that in handwriting is Stokes Beard. If you go to page 32, and I'm just going to give you this one instance, right? If you and scroll to the end of that page, you'll see that it's the same. So every 16 pages has been duplicated to a total of 173 pages.
Page 17 was page 1.
I didn't hear you.
Page 17 was the first page of the whole packet.
Okay, well, so every 16 to 17 pages is duplicated, which gives you a total of 173 pages of duplicated information.
Well, that was not the packet that I saw to get copied, so I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, one
Mrs.
quick
Spears.
question.
Yes.
The page you're talking about was a cover page for the whole proposal? Is that what you just said?
It looked to me like page 17 was the same as page 1.
Right. And so what I'm saying is
It
that...
looks like it was copied over and over and over.
Okay.
Okay.
But it was not a duplicated report over and over, is that?
That's what it looks like to me.
So it is
No, it would be.
duplication.
That's what
of-
she's saying is page 1 is the same as 17, and it goes on
Right.
down. But the actual material that goes page 2 through 16, and then, of course, 18 through, and just that channel should be different? Is that what?
Duplicated.
I think that it should have just been 16 pages.
Pages in total.
That's, okay.
In total. Okay. All right, thank you for that observation, Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. McGill, you can continue.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so the total of our textbook request is $505,979. Next, we have a baseball and softball practice facility, $125,162. That's a very bare bones facility that does include plumbing and electricity. And the athletic facility that we're referring to is the actual weight room. We are asking to extend the weight room by about 20 feet towards the back. It's very crowded in there, almost to the point of not being safe. So it's very crowded, and we're hoping that with the coming year, we will have an increased participation in our football program and in some of the other programs that would be using the athletic facility. Any questions about
No.
buses? And we're asking for 3 regular buses at $83,100 each for a cost of $249,300, and 1 special education bus at $87,500. And the district is responsible for providing the transportation for special education, for providing the actual vehicle. As I said, the replacement of the AS400 is needed. I'm sorry.
There's a question, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, on the buses. I'm looking at one of the vendors, and if I'm reading it correctly, it says that that we can get a 2012 65-passenger M7 with the M7 hydraulic brakes for $83,100. Then the item right up under it says that I can get a 2015 65-passenger M7 for the same price as the 2012.
Okay. Mr. Shannon, Can you answer that question, please?
I'm trying to figure out how can there's a 2012 65 passenger bus for $83,100, and then right at the next item, I can get a 2015 bus for the same price. Same as 2012.
I'm trying to wait for the quotes that you're referring to. And which quote are you referring to? I'm sorry.
This is the Waters Truck and Tractor.
Okay. Okay, I see where you're comparing. Okay.
Right there.
Your question is, you can get a 2012 65 passenger, as same as 2012 that's in inventory. And you're trying to see what the difference is?
No, I'm trying to see why the 2015, we shouldn't even fool with the 2012. We should get all 2015 if they're the same price.
Oh, okay, I understand your question now. What they're saying on this, if we want these buses, right now they have those 8 in fleet. If you'll see the note out to the side, they'll give them to you at the same price as 2012 based on inventory. If they can get those in, depending on how many we would like to order, it may take more time to get those 2015s in than it would the 2012s. The 2012s are sitting there waiting to be sold as new buses that haven't been sold yet.
So what would be the time frame and the difference in getting them in, getting the 2015s in?
Normally, on a regular bus, it takes about 8 weeks to get those in, and that's one of the reasons why we want to go ahead and place our order as early as possible.
Ms. Fisher.
Yes. Do we have a current report on the fleet condition that we have right now, which justifies or helps us to understand why we're looking to replace 8 regular buses and 1 sped bus? Do we have a condition on the current sped bus and a condition on what the current fleet condition is?
Yes, ma'am. I think that a fleet listing was provided to the board and board resources, or I know a board member has requested that information after the last meeting. We are requesting 3 regular buses and 1 sped bus. We do have the maintenance records on those buses. Currently, we have 12 buses that we're operating that are over the recommended state usage of 12 years. The last time that we purchased any material was 3 years ago when we purchased in bulk 28 buses that year. Our current sped bus that we use as a spare does not have the hydraulic wheelchair lift that is required to transport those students in wheelchairs, and our current population for wheelchair students has increased. So when we do not have a bus available to transport those students, they do have to run the double routes, which does take away from the instructional time for those students that are most needy. But the service records for those vehicles, they are available. We can definitely provide those for you for all of our vehicles. Also, the company has asked, the company being EcoRide, our current transportation service provider, their wish list is 10 buses. And we definitely let them know that that was out of the question right now as to where we are in budget, but we want to phase in our purchasing so that we can adequately transport our students.
Question.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon, is the documentation we're looking at actual quotes? Because some of the quotes that are listed are for different buses, some with cameras, some without. So did we have a standard that we were asking for to receive quotes?
We do have a standard that we did ask for through quotes. We use the actual buying power of the EcoRide company to get the lowest price possible. As you know, all of our buses are required to be mounted with cameras at the expense of the company, not us. So these quotes are with all that equipment. Some we are paying for, some we are not. But the quote that is there, the lowest ones come from here in town, Waters Transportation. The sped buses may look like they're a little out of kilter because the sped buses that we need have what we call track seating, which that means we can use the wheelchair lift, and if we need to add an additional wheelchair lift, we can take some seats out and make that accessible for wheelchairs also. And that's what we wanted to make sure we included.
Mr. Shannon, what process did we use for gathering the information for the quotes? Did we issue an RFP, or what did we do for that?
The actual transportation company handled the gathering of the quotes by contacting our transportation director from the state, Leonard Swilley, and he actually gives us a list of the specs and the state bid prices for our buses. And these prices that you see here are lower than the state actual state bid prices. So EcoRide worked through Mr. Swilley to gather these quotes.
Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
My final question on this, on the expenditures. Could you inquire with the board attorney, does the Mississippi purchase law apply to our district?
Mr. Dunn?
The answer is yes. There are certain products that are on the state contract, and when they are, you can buy directly from the state contract. You don't have to ask for bids and that sort of thing. But yes, the state purchasing laws applies to the Columbus Municipal School District.
Okay. So am I correct in saying that anything over $50,000 should be advertised in the local newspaper for 2 weeks, and then the bid, should go out, and then it should come back sealed?
That's the process that when you do not have buses that can be purchased or any items from the state contract, you don't have to comply with it.
But these are not purchased from state contract.
Well, they haven't been purchased yet, I don't believe. Right? This is the wish list. I'm assuming that these are being brought as examples of what the price might be. They're not being brought for approval for the purchase.
But for that amount, so we're just talking about it right now, but when we get ready to actually purchase, we're going to go through Mississippi purchase law.
Yes, you're either going to comply with Mississippi purchase law or you're going to buy off the state contract.
Okay, thank you.
At least that's my recommendation. I don't do the purchasing, but that would be my recommendation, and I think the superintendent would follow that.
Absolutely. Okay. The next item is the AS400. Mrs. Tippett, would you give us just a brief description of that piece of equipment?
An AS400 is a mid-range server as opposed to a PC-based server, which is what we use for most things. Our accounting software, our solution that we use for personnel as well as financials, requires that platform to run. It doesn't run on a PC-based server.
Okay, so it's a server but not a printer.
Not a printer. There are like 3 classifications of computers. There's microcomputers, mid-range computers, and mainframe computers. This is a mid-range computer. It's a different platform. Most of what we use for servers and such are microcomputers. That's why the cost is like that.
And I did erroneously say printer, I believe, instead of equipment.
Mrs. Tippett, is it even feasible to consider mainframe platforms in this day and age? We're moving to wireless. We're moving to modular connectivity. So why would we even?
It's not a mainframe. It's a mid-range. It's just a step above an Intel-based processor kind of server. That's the platform that our financial system runs on. It will not run on an Intel-based server. on that operating system.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tippett. Mrs. McGill, are there any other items, and Board, it is your pleasure to decide, but are there any other items in particular that you'd like to review? If not, that we could just...
No, I think you have all of the information that we have, and the prices, and we've done due diligence in gathering the best prices that we could, and the number, but going by the projected numbers for next year, and trying to limit our requests to those areas where we're in greatest need at this time.
All right, thank you for that information. So item number 2 requires an action by the Board, consideration to approve proposed one-time expenditures. Board, what is your pleasure?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the one-time expenditures and take those monies out of fund balance.
It has been properly motioned that we approve the proposed one-time expenditure. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been properly motioned and second that we approve the one-time expenditures. Discussion? If there's no discussion, all in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. All opposed, please signal by raising your right hand as well. The motion fails. Next, we will move to approve the minutes. Item A, consideration to approve March 17, 2014 regular school board meeting minutes. Board, we have had time to review the minutes. Is there an action? Yes, Mr. Lewis.
On Section 23, election of officers, second paragraph, Curry Fisher made a motion to continue operating on the policy BBBA. That should be BBAA. There is no BBBA.
Correct.
So that should be BBAA.
BBAA. Are there any other corrections to the minutes? If not, Ms. Fisher?
I do have, I'm sorry, I'm keeping notes too. I do have one other, it's not so much a correction as it should be a point of the record. The minutes indicate in the very end that the motion was made to adjourn by Jason Spears and seconded. That should, because we had a transfer in the presidency as well as secretary, those minutes should reflect that transfer and state that the meeting was, the motion was made by Jason in the proper second, but that the meeting was closed or called to adjournment under Board President Angela Verdell.
Is there any questions about that change, the recommendation for change? Are there any other changes to the minutes? Board, what is your pleasure?
I move that the minutes be adopted as amended.
It has been properly motioned and second to approve the minutes with the corrections. Are there any questions? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay. Okay, so let me make sure I have this right. Mr. Latzenheiser is in favor. Mrs. Fisher?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis? Mrs. Spears? And so am I. So it's unanimous. The minutes are accepted. Item number B, consideration to approve the April 10, 2014 regular meeting minutes. Board, what is your pleasure? It has been motioned to accept the minutes from the April 10, 2014 meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly motioned and second to accept the meeting minutes from the April 10, 2014 meeting. Any discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. Any opposes? The minutes are approved. Now we move to item number 9, the consent agenda, where we have had time to review all of the items presented to us under the consent agenda. Board, what is your pleasure?
I would say that under the consent agenda, that all the items A, F, I, J, K, L just be as one. And I make the motion that we approve those items as one.
What about O?
What were your items, Mr. Spears?
Let's see here. It is A, F,
was-
I, J, K, L, and that's it.
That's
Because
it.
O was taken off by Ms. Fisher.
Right.
Okay.
Those are all of the
that's
items that were remaining
Correct.
under the consent agenda. It has been properly motioned and second that we take up those items under the consent agenda. Are there any questions or discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Repeat those numbers, those letters again.
They are letters A as in apple, F as in Frank, I as in India, J as in jack-o'-lantern, K as in kite, L as in lady. Is that correct, Mr. Spears?
Yes, that is correct.
So it has been motioned and second. Are there any other questions or discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. The consent agenda items are approved. Next, we will move to what we've numbered as item number 20, but we agreed to take it up now. The first item that we will look to entertain is the consideration to approve the 2014 summer feeding program. Board, what is your pleasure? Okay, it has been motioned to approve that item. Is there a second? Mr. Spears, Mr. Lewis? It has been motioned to approve that item. Is there a second, Board?
No. Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, it has been properly motioned and second. Any discussion? All in favor for approving the summer feeding program, please signal by raising your right hand. Are there any opposes? The vote is Mr. Latzenheiser, Mrs. Fisher, Ms. Hurdell, Mr. Spears, Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Are you in favor of approving the summer feeding program?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
it is unanimous. Next, we will look at item 20B, which is the bus service contract. Board, what is your pleasure?
I make a motion that we approve.
Mr. Dunn, I think that is the one that you
There-
had some exception to.
And they're divided into separate ones, I think. I think under that bus services, we've got a 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So-
I think y'all agreed to take them up individually?
So under number 1 is this the service agreement for the Boys and Girls Club.
Correct.
Okay, Board, what is your pleasure?
I make a motion that we approve.
Okay, it's been motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly motioned and second to approve the contract for bus services with the Boys and Girls Club. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous.
May I ask who made the motion in the second, please?
I did.
Okay.
Mrs. Spears made the motion.
And who seconded it?
Mr.
Okay,
Latzenheiser.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to item N2, under the bus service contract. Under that item, we are looking at the YMCA. Board, what is your pleasure?
I make a motion to approve that.
Okay, it has been motioned by Mr. Latzenheiser. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Next, we'll move to item number N3, which is the Housing Authority, the Columbus Housing Authority. All in favor of that motion? Is there a
Wait,
motion?
we need a motion.
Is there a motion?
So
Board-
moved.
It has been motioned by Mr. Latzenheiser. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been properly motioned and second. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to just stop for a minute, if I
Yes.
could. I don't have any comments
Okay.
on that. And who made the second, please?
I did.
So it was second by Mr.
Okay.
Spears, and it was motioned by Mr.
Okay,
Latzenheiser.
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, please signal by raising your right hand. Is there any opposition? Okay, so Mr. Lewis, you are abstaining from this vote. All right, so the motion carries. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 of us in favor and 1 abstention. Next, we will move to item number, what we have labeled as 20C, which is to approve the extended school year.
Wait a minute, weren't there 4 items under there, and I think we've only dealt with 3 of them up to this point?
You're right, Mr. Latzenhauser. Number 4, EN4, was actually for Clara, but I think we typed it as CLRP, and it should have been CLRA.
Right, it's got park, CLR, the P is for park.
Right.
May I
Yes,
address that?
Mr. Dunn.
In an abundance of caution, I recommend the board not approve this contract until you authorize me and I get back from the Ethics Commission an opinion as to whether the board can enter into the agreement, since Mr. Lewis is an employee of CLRA. So there could be an indirect benefit, is that he's an employee of CLRA, and I think in an abundance of caution, we should get an ethics opinion for that before going forward. So I recommend the board does not approve that, and if it's appropriate, at this point, I guess you could authorize and direct me to get an ethics opinion, or you could wait and take it up under such other matters or wherever you want to take it up, but I'm going to ask for that authority.
Board, what is your pleasure? Do we want to give Mr. Dunn the permission to go and do his due diligence?
I
Okay.
make the motion that we allow Mr. Dunn the authority to seek the ethics opinion.
Okay, so we have a motion to allow Mr. Dunn to seek. We have a second. Discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. Are there any opposes? Is there any abstentions? Okay, so let the record show that Mr. Latzenheiser, Ms. Fisher, Ms. Verdell, and Mr. Spears is in favor, and that Mr. Lewis has abstained from the vote.
Let me just be clear, this is regarding CLRP.
Well, that's an error. That's a typographical error, or maybe not a typographical. It was a mistake in the typing of this contract up. I didn't type it up. It was prepared by someone, I guess, with the district. Well, maybe CLRP, whoever that is. But it is, according to Mr. Lewis, we've agreed there is no CLRP, or Columbus Lounge Recreational Park, but it's the Columbus Lounge Recreational Authority.
Then this agreement is null and void, isn't it? As it is submitted, because it does say Columbus Lounge Recreation Park,
Well,
CLRP.
it would have to be effective before it could be null and void. It's not effective because it hasn't been approved by the board.
Okay, because this entity does not exist.
It's because you haven't approved it.
But the agreement that's submitted, the entity in the agreement does not exist. That's what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am, it doesn't. But it's just a mistake. You know, they mean CLRA. And when it's resubmitted to you, I'm sure it'll have CLRA.
Madam President, if I could, I would like to make a motion that we amend the agenda to remove item 20B,
N4?
20B4.
Okay, N4.
And just remove that off the agenda pending the outcome of the other actions we've requested.
Okay.
I will second that.
All right, it has been motioned and second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. Okay. All right, so it is unanimous. We will remove item number N4 concerning the Clara portion of the bus services contract. Okay, and Next, we will move to item number 20D, which I believe is,
The extended.
it is a consideration to approve the American Fidelity Assurance Company.
That's right.
All right.
What G?
Did we do C?
We did not do the extended school
Extended
year.
school year? So I will
Yes,
go
extended school year.
back.
Right.
The
That
extended
should
school
be-
year.
Yeah, that should be, it's O on the original agenda.
Right, so
Correct.
it has now
20C.
become item number C. That's okay.
Yeah, that was,
That is
20C.
20C. So, Board, what is your pleasure for the consideration to approve the extended school year application?
So moved.
It has been motioned by Mr. Spears. Is there a second?
Second.
Has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Is there any discussion?
Just a point of clarification, Ms. McGill, could you kind of elaborate just for everyone here? Just for point of clarification, could you elaborate for us just a bit about this application for the general public?
This is federal programs, and I'd like to ask Mr. Brown to discuss that, please.
The extended school year application.
20C
The extended school year application is an application that we make each year to the Mississippi Department of Education that allows us to provide services for students with disabilities. It's not for anyone other than students with disabilities as a result of a court order that says we must provide services to students when the nature or the severity of their disability makes a break in educational service, such as summer vacation, renders their education meaningless or without value. In that court case, what happened was we had students who were severely impacted. They would learn a particular skill or a set of skills, and then due to the 3-month break that you traditionally get in school systems, they would lose those skills. And in effect, they would spend the next school year relearning skills that they had learned the previous year. So the state of Mississippi is required to provide extended school year services. Initially, it was funded at 100%. This mic is spinning off for some reason. It was initially funded 100% by the Mississippi Department of Education. Because the number of students who are being served across the state has increased, the funding is dependent on how many students are being served. We've gone down to a low where they only funded 85%, and as I said before, the high would be 100%. But this is only for students who the nature and severity of their disability makes that break in service detrimental to their educational process.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Brown?
The only thing, the reason I appreciate you taking time to do this is just because I know there's been some things circulated with the bomb threats and things that there extended school year for all, and at this point, obviously, there hasn't been any decision. I just wanted to make certain that we cut through any rumors that may be out there that this is only for those specific services and not necessarily as every student may be a part of. So thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. If I'm not mistaken, there has been a motion and a second. Are there any other questions? All in favor for approving the extended school year application, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. The next item we have recorded as 20D. And I think according to what I have here, that is the consideration to approve American Fidelity.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Board, what is your pleasure?
So moved.
Okay, it has been motioned by Mr. Lotzenheiser. Is there a second?
been motioned to do what?
It has been motioned to approve the American Fidelity Assurance Company as the Section 125 cafeteria plan provider. It has been motioned. Is there a second?
For the sake of discussion, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spears. Board, is there any discussion for this item?
Just, just want to know is that the company that is listed here is the current provider of those benefits to the district.
Are you stating
I'm
that it
asking
is?
a question to Ms. McGill.
Ms. McGill?
The provider that's listed here is the current provider for the cafeteria plan benefits for our district.
No, the current provider is retiring. We've received a letter to that effect. Is that correct, Mrs. McGar? And this is the provider that provides the cafeteria plan to about 95% of the districts in the state.
Okay.
Question. Have the employees had an opportunity to review or have a presentation by American Fidelity?
They have not.
My biggest concern is on our board agenda, we're addressing the cafeteria plan, but on the agenda that's listed, the 403 plan, the 403B plan is not a part of what's on the agenda, but that's not.
It's part of the package.
That's okay. But my concern is that the letter that I received from the provider that's retiring came in on January the 27th, and I'm aware that there are 17 providers that the Office of the State Audit provides that we can use, and in 2 months' time, only one provider showed interest in our district. So I don't want to limit discussion, but I think that in all fairness to our employees, that we need to have something to compare to, or something to make sure that we're getting the best option for them. And with that in mind, I'd like to motion to table this to a later meeting until we can get.
There's a motion on that.
There is a motion on the
floor.
on the
It would
floor.
have to be rescinded.
Mr. Attorney, the motion to table.
Motion to table, if it's voted to table, will supersede. Now, you can't, I think if you're going to motion to table, it needs to be, for clarity, it needs to be to a certain meeting, maybe the next regular scheduled meeting.
I'd like to motion to table it to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
And that takes priority
Okay.
over any motion and second.
And just
Yes,
for
Mr.
clarification, this regularly scheduled, it's our regular meeting, it's not any special meetings, I want to just clarify.
No.
Okay.
That would be the May
Now,
10th.
school visit is a regular scheduled meeting.
Okay.
Right.
So you don't mean the school visit.
Could someone give me the date of the next meeting that we have in this building?
Is it May 10th?
In May.
May 10th.
What is it,
12th?
Jan? May 12th.
May 12th.
I'd like to motion to table this item until the May 12th meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, so it has been properly motioned and second to table the item until the May 12th regularly scheduled meeting. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd
Mr.
like to
Lozano.
ask Ms. McGill, you have made a recommendation for this particular company. Could you elaborate on the rationale behind the company that is on the table, the original recommendation as to why you chose them and why you would recommend that for our consideration?
This company does provide all of the services that we have been having provided to us, and because of their outstanding service across the state and hearing from other districts, we determined that they would be able to provide the services that this district needs. And Mrs. McGar, do you have any other comments you'd like to add to that?
And while Mrs. McGar is coming, just as a point of clarification, is it the intent of your request for the provider to only provide cafeteria plan services or to also provide 403B services?
Yes, that is my request, also the 403B services. And the reason we are recommending American Fidelity, Another reason that we are recommending them is because of the new health care laws that are going to be in effect. And American Fidelity is A+ in helping school districts maintain their compliance with those laws. And so that is one of our prime reasons that we are recommending them also.
Board, are there any questions for Mrs. McGarn? Okay. It has been, Mr. Lewis?
Just a question. Ms. McGill, what can we do to see if there are other cafeteria plant companies out there that could possibly give us something to compare apples to apples?
I think Mrs. McGarr did check into some others, and Mrs. McGarr, would you like to comment on that?
I would. I did check with any local providers that were on the approved list of the State Auditor's Office, and there was only one that was local, and they, in fact, have gone in with American Fidelity, and so they're not providing on their own anymore. They will be working with American Fidelity to do vision and dental if you decide to go with American Fidelity.
And so you, the source of your list is from the State Auditor's Office?
Yes, that's correct.
And there is an approved list?
Yes, there's about 17 people on there. But I was just trying to find the mechanism to have these
compare.
people compare. Yes.
Did you do that, Mrs. McGarr?
I did. The reason we chose American Fidelity, they already provide assistance to our district on, they handle some of our insurance needs already, so we were familiar with them. They were familiar with our district, and we checked around with other school districts. They all highly recommend American Fidelity. And also, and the fact that I could not get any local providers other than the one, and I did check with them, and the fact that they have joined forces with American Fidelity spoke volumes to me.
But those are the local providers who have joined with American Fidelity,
Yes.
correct? So are you saying that they encompass a portion of the list of 17? Or
yes,
are there
Benefit
others?
Concepts in Columbus, Mississippi is who I checked.
Are there any non-local companies within the state that also on that list of 17?
Yes, there are, and I can check with them.
But we have not checked with them? I think it would be in the interest of our employees if we make sure that we have the best options available for them. And frankly, most corporations will offer employees an opportunity to have some kind of presentation so that they can voice their support of which company they would prefer.
The main point going with American Fidelity would be the assistance they could provide to make us compliant with health care laws, because they have been helping the state with that, going around and doing seminars on that, and so they are one of the leaders in providing school districts with help maintaining compliance with those laws.
Okay. Board, are there any other questions for Mrs. McGarn? Thank you, Mrs. McGarn. There is a motion on the floor and a second to table this item. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All opposed? Are you in favor, Mr. Spears? Okay, so let me make sure I got that right. Mr. Spears, Mr. Lewis, Ms. Verdell, and Ms. Fisher are all in favor of tabling. All opposed, please raise your right hand. And Mr. Latzenheiser has opposed. The motion carries to table the item until our next regularly scheduled meeting on May 12th. The next item that we have to approve is, we've listed it as item number 20E. It is consideration to approve the interim superintendent to develop specifications for and advertise bid number 624. Is there an action, Board?
I make a motion to approve that.
Okay, it has been motioned by Mr. Latzenheiser.
I'll second that.
It has been seconded by Mr. Spears. Discussion?
Question. I looked at board book and everything else. There's no reference documentation referencing bid 624.
We are just asking for your permission to begin to develop that. Once every 3 years, we are required to bid for our financial depositories for 3 years, and we're just asking you to allow us to begin that process.
Okay, are there any other questions?
That wasn't, I just didn't know what bid number 624 was.
Yeah. Okay. So it has been probably motioned and second that we, Ms. Fisher?
Go ahead.
That we allow the superintendent to develop specifications for and advertise bid number 624 for financial depositories for 3 fiscal years. All in favor of that vote, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Next item is item number 20F. I want to approve student transfers, which was originally item number 9B. Board, what is your pleasure?
I make a motion to approve those.
Okay, it has been motioned by Mr. Lotzenheiser. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. The next item is item number 20G, which was originally item number 9C, the consideration to approve fundraisers. Board, what is your pleasure?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, it has been motioned by Mr. Spears. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Is there any discussion?
There is, just in some programs that we've instituted into this realm, that Ms. McGill has all paperwork for all the different entities or individual sponsors. Have they been brought to the district in good order?
We have a tax-exempt status is a requirement that the State Auditor's Office asks us to, or is law, and we have to have all organizations who are not part of the school district to have tax-exempt status. And so we do have tax-exempt status for, I believe it's 2 of the 3, and we have the application on file for the 3rd and expect to have the tax-exempt status in hand prior to the beginning of the fundraiser. If we do not, obviously, we would not be able to allow that fundraiser to go forward.
Okay, and question for David is if that were to occur for any, entity going forward that wants to do this, and we do have, the outstanding requirement, and we get up to that date, even though the board acts to approve it, then it's still allowed to be revoked, I guess you could say, at the superintendent level? Or does the board have to take action again to disapprove?
No, I would recommend that if you're going to, whichever one that is, that you approve it subject to its presenting tax-exempt, 501c3 tax-exempt status proof.
Okay.
So I don't know which one it is.
I have a question, Mr. Dunn. Do we know that this is law, that all booster clubs or PTOs and PTAs have to file for tax exemption, or they have the privilege to do so?
I do not know that. The superintendent has represented that the state auditor's requirement, and there are hundreds and hundreds of provisions, and I'm not familiar with that one, but if the superintendent says that she knows that it is, I believe that it is.
I did, and I did read it myself. It came out in a notice earlier this year, I think. Is that correct, Ms. McGarr? It came out earlier? I'm sorry, Secretary of State, yeah.
So it is a requirement that all of our, and it is, okay, so board, what is your pleasure? Thank you, Mrs. McGarr.
In light of this, I'd like to make a modification to my motion, so I'll take back my motion.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
And I'll make the modification that we...
He did.
I'm sorry?
No, the secretary was just confirming if Mr. Lewis took a second back.
Okay. Do we know which one?
It is Columbus High School for a basketball, a 3-on-3 basketball tournament, May 15th and 16th.
Then what I would like to do is make a motion that we approve the Sale Elementary and the Columbus High School soccer boosters And then, of course, we could take the other second as its own thing. So that is my motion.
Okay, it has been motioned that we take all of the other items except the Columbus High School request for fundraiser.
That is correct.
Okay, it has been motioned. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Any discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Now we have the item for Columbus High School's PTO fundraiser request.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the Columbus High School PTO request, subject to the district receiving verification that the tax-exempt status has been granted before the event occurs, or that, David, do I need to put it in my motion that the superintendent has the right to not allow the event to go forward? Or?
I think the way you've got it worded, she will not have authority to go forward
Okay.
if she doesn't get the 501c3.
Okay, all right, so that is my motion.
It has been motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been motioned by Mr. Spears and seconded by Mr. Latson-Heiser. Is there any discussion? All in favor of agreeing to the motion, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Next, we are moving to item number 20C, approval of field trips. Board, what is your pleasure?
I make a motion to approve.
It has been motioned by Mr. Latson-Heiser. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Any discussion?
Question. I would just like an understanding, because I'm hearing different things in the community, that our CMSD buses are available for field trips outside of the city and county and state. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that situation.
No, I'm saying they are available. I'm just restating a positive as I understand it. They are available to parents and organizations for travel for the students outside of the city, county, and state.
For an approved field trip. Yes,
For an
ma'am.
approved,
Yes,
board
ma'am.
approved. Yes, okay.
Mrs. McGill, for clarification on that, what we have to do is ensure, first of all of our buses are available for student transportation to and from school. Above
Correct.
and beyond that, if a bus does travel across state lines to compete in an athletic event, it does have to be approved by the board, of course, and by MHSAA, our governing authority for athletics. Past that, for example, if a group like the Columbus Lounge Rec, Boys and Girls Club, those type things go out of state, those would have to be approved by the board with the consideration of the cost that if our buses break down, we have to incur the cost to get those buses back to our program here in town, as well as transport those students to safety. So I do want that clarification noted for the record.
So if I understand you, what you're saying is that they are available for transportation requests based on board approval outside of the city, county, and state based on availability and non-conflicts in the schedule.
And a readily available fleet, and making sure that the financial obligations that those groups are paying does meet our standards as a district. So that recommendation would have to come from the management team level to the board for approval.
And this would include class trips as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Payment?
Mm-hmm. Payment. Anytime that we take up money for a classroom trip from a student that is not outlined in our student handbook does have to come before the board. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shannon.
And
Question?
Madam President, just, and if
Spears?
I remember correctly, in our contract with EcoRide, I know, one of the things is they wanted to just have access to the buses to run field trips at any time or take trips on different things, but that was carved out, and we did not approve that usage of our fleet just at their discretion, correct?
No.
That is correct. All
Okay.
field trips that we have are carefully reviewed by myself and Mr. Brown. Anything that's out of state or overnight is brought to the board for approval.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Shannon. Are there any other questions? It has been motioned and second that we approve the request for field trips. All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. The last item under 20 is actually item number I, the facility rentals. Consideration to approve facility rentals. Board, what is your pleasure?
Got a question for the attorney. Should I recuse myself on this vote? It's believed that the mayor is my employer, and I'm aware that the mayor is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the city, and my board and Roger Short are responsible for the day-to-day operations at the park. We do not report to the city council or the mayor.
Okay. Could you direct me to the particular,
Item.
who is the tenant to be? Is it the mayor? Or is
Yes, on one of these items that are coming up, and I just wanted you to advise me on which direction I'm supposed to go.
Okay. Could you?
Middle of the page.
Okay, let me just take a quick look.
It is item, well, it's not,
So it's
not numbered.
in an official capacity. I think excuse me. This is for the mayor individually, and appears to me to be for the mayor individually. And I think in abundance of caution, it would be a good idea for you to abstain from voting. And really, if you want to be effective, an abstention is voting with. You know, it's the way it is under Robert's Rules of Order. I would leave the room.
Okay.
I would go out
So
that door.
you're saying he should recuse himself?
I would exit stage left here.
But I guess I'm trying to figure out why.
It is not, I'm just saying that it's just for the appearance.
Oh, it's not that
It's not
wrong.
illegal, no, sir. Yeah, I'm not saying that you have any conflict. I'm just saying that for the appearance, of sake of appearance, it'd be a great idea. And the record will reflect that.
That he
that
recused
that
himself.
Mr. Lewis recused himself.
Since, question, since this is going to come up again in the future, can we get an opinion from the Ethics Commission on that?
Yes, ma'am, I certainly can. I would think that the board needs to authorize that, if they would, like in the previous.
We'll take care of it.
Is-
I'll make the motion that we allow to expand our earlier request in inquiry with the Ethics Commission, that we allow David the authority to also seek information about these potential conflicts that may exist.
Second.
Okay, has been probably motions and second that we allow Mr. Dunn to do due diligence. Any questions? All in favor, please raise your right hand. There is one recusal, so the motion carries for facility rentals. Next, we will move to
We got to take the vote on it.
We have not taken up
Facility rentals.
facility rentals. There are a lot of items here that we have taken out of order. So for facility rentals, Board, what is your pleasure?
I'll make a motion that we approve the facility rental requests.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motioned by Mr. Spears and seconded by Ms. Fisher. Discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous.
Somebody needs to.
If we could get Mr. Lewis to come back. Board, now we will move to item number 11, the Office of Personnel. Donna Mann.
Madam President, would it be in order to request that we have a very brief recess before we move into that? I'd like
there a motion?
to motion that we have a recess of 5 minutes.
There is a motion on the table for, and Mr. Latzenheiser has seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. We will have a 5-minute recess, and we will adjourn We will reconvene after 5 minutes.
It is now 8:34.
It has been motioned to reconvene. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Well, actually, Mr. Watson.
It's been
Yeah,
9
Mr.
minutes
Lawson
now.
has-
Okay, then, yes, I second that.
I made the motion to
Ms. Fisher
reconvene.
made the motion.
Mr. Spears seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? The motion carries. Now we are at item number 11, Office of Personnel, Donna Mann. Item A, consideration to approve staff personnel items. The first item we have is the April 14, 2014 personnel agenda. Board, what is your pleasure?
I'll make the motion that we approve the personnel agenda for discussion.
Okay, so it has been motioned to approve the personnel agenda. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Has been motioned by Mr. Spears and seconded by Mr. Lotzenheiser. Any discussion?
Yes, Ms. McGill, just looking through the personnel, and I apologize, I'm bringing it up now. With, let me get down to it.
Mrs. Tippett, are you able to pull that up on your screen? Thank you.
Looking at the off-contract employees, this is just following through those summer days, correct?
This is for the June 3rd through 5th Administrators Retreat. These are the curriculum coordinators whose contract ends prior to that time.
Okay, all right. That was my only question.
Are there any other questions? All in favor of approving the April 14, 2014 personnel agenda, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Item number 2, the teacher incentive pay spreadsheet. This requires an action board. What is your pleasure?
For the sake of discussion, I'll make the motion that we approve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spears. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Lotzenheiser. Discussion.
Question.
Yes, Ms. Fisher.
I noticed that this is only for personnel at Franklin. Is that correct?
Franklin and Cook. Those are the two.
Franklin and Cook.
Yes, ma'am. Those are the two schools in our district that were originally a part of the TIF grant that started, I believe, 3 or 4 years. Well, 3 or 4 years ago. This is the fourth year.
I remember it started.
And so they were selected by MDE based on a certain set of criteria, and that the explanation of that entire program is in Board Book Resources for you to review. And so these are the teachers who have been verified by MDE as being eligible to receive the Teacher Incentive Fund. TIF pays 90% of it, and the district pays 9.8%.
9.8. In the future, just as a matter of understanding, if there's something that is included in Board Book and is part of an agenda subject, it should be indicated somewhere that it's in Board Book.
Okay.
Because otherwise we have to go and look to see what's new, but it may not be applicable in Board Book to the agenda. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Lewis.
I'm looking at the TIF portion of the pay is 90%, and our portion is 9%, basically 10%.
9.8.
Is that something that, are we going to pick up that cost after this first, after they're paid this $800, are they going to continue to give their 90%, or we have to absorb it all?
The grant ends, I believe it's next year, and we will have to make a decision as to whether we will continue to do that or not, but we're not required to, no.
But when the grant ends, if we want to keep it, then we have to
We
fund it.
could.
Okay.
Mhm. That's right, you're correct.
And one question that I have is with respect to legislation that's been passed, that will, as this program winds down and ends, the new law that has been passed will start that following school year.
No, actually, it's 2 years. We have $1,500 teacher raise the first year. I think it's $1,000 the next year, and then the next year it'll be based on whether the school meets growth and a higher level of achievement. And then there are several other criteria in that year as well.
But because as I was looking at that, the first $1,500 I know is approved in 2 different installments, but that first $1,500 that was approved will be accounted for in this upcoming budget, or
That's correct. This coming year. That's
and
correct.
And the following year, the $1,000
Yes.
approval will be, unless there's some modification to it somewhere down the line.
That's correct.
The next budget year.
That's right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So just
And this grant was part of a pilot in preparation for thinking about passing legislation related to teacher incentives.
So just as a point of clarification, the teacher incentive pay spreadsheet that we are acting on tonight is not one and the same that the legislature has just recently passed.
That's correct.
Thank you.
This is part of a grant that was for which Franklin and Cook were selected 4 years ago now, and this is the last year of that.
Right. Thank you. So it has been properly motioned and second to approve the teacher incentive pay spreadsheet. All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Next, we will move to item number 12, Board of Trustees, under general comment. I will start this section off, first of all, by saying thank you to all of the law enforcement agencies who have been responding to all of the bomb threats across the district. We had a really good meeting on last Thursday, and we're able to talk about some potential strategies that we can implement going forward. I know we're going to talk about that because we had an action to schedule a meeting with all of those representatives so that we can figure out how to standardize our standard operating procedures and if there are any policies within the district that need to be revised. So I did want to just publicly say thank you to the management team of the district and to all of the law enforcement agencies that were involved. The other thing that I would like to note is on last week I had the opportunity to go to the science fair at Mississippi State, where our students were there and they represented the district's grades 1 through 5. And there were a lot of our students at that science fair, and a lot of them placed. And so as we continue to talk about STEM education and engineering and all of those things, we have students who competed in that regional competition and did well, and they placed. And so I do want to say congratulations to those students, and that I believe that moving forward with the STEM initiative could work really well with what we're already seeing our students doing. The last thing that I would like to share is I had the opportunity to visit Columbus High School and participated in a walkthrough with the principal there to take a look at a bathroom that had some vandalized ceiling tiles, and just kind of had a conversation to understand how did that happen with students being unaccounted for. The principal did reassure me that the tiles were going to be placed on the summer maintenance schedule to be repaired, and that they were looking into working to ensure that students are accounted for and not have that kind of time to be able to cause destruction of school property. The last thing that I will share is I had the opportunity to attend the NSBA conference in New Orleans, sat through some really good sessions. There's a lot of information that I was able to gather. Would like to share that with Jan so that she can disseminate that across the board. The one thing that I did pick up that I thought was really good, NSBA has just a little card, a little laminated card, and it talks about a school board vision for public education. It talks about public schools will achieve the following results. And so I think this is a really good way to kind of drive home some bullet point topics that we really should to look at in terms of our advocacy with regard to public education. So I did bring back one for everybody, and I will just share. You're welcome. I know there were other board members who had the opportunity to attend that conference. Is there anything that you would like to share?
I would. First of all, I appreciate the district allowing us the opportunity to attend what is professional development for the board. And there were two main sessions that were extremely important to me. One was professional interaction, school culture, and sustainable school improvement. The other was on information technology. When we look at the requests that are put in to provide updates to our old computers, old PCs, old laptops, those things are very necessary, but the wisdom that was given out at the NSBA conference was that we need to make sure that when we do this, that we have a plan in place. A plan for the infrastructure, a plan for the software, a plan so that people can come to use these pieces of technology. They're absolutely ready for them to use. One of the things that I'm finding out is that as a district, we're lacking behind in information technology. And I think we need to look at developing that plan and equipping the district with the ability to do what's necessary, and it is necessary. In terms of professional interaction, one of the things that was stressed numerous times in numerous sessions was community involvement in a successful school district. And I think that's what we want to move to. All of us have expressed an interest in doing that, but I think that it's time to stop planning and put the plan into motion. So we need to go ahead and do that because the community is one of our largest stakeholders, all segments of it, and we just need to get them involved and appreciate that they are why we exist in terms of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Mr. Lewis?
I was able to attend that same conference, and kind of like what the lady said over here, the one that I attended was called KeyWorks School Boards, and that, to me, that was the best one there. Was talking about how everybody is involved in making sure that our district succeeds. And of course, they had buzzwords like vision and accountability, climate, and things like that. But the one thing I left out of that meeting, knowing when I got back to the district, is that it's going to take the entire community for us to be most successful. And in leaving that conference, parents need to parent, the teachers need to be able to teach, the administrators need to be able to administrate, and the board needs to make policy. And it also includes our elected officials, our businesses. Together as one team with the entire community, we can be very successful, and that's going to be one of my challenges to the board, to make sure that we're inclusive of all aspects of the community, to make sure that our district is one of the best districts in the state.
In the country.
In the country.
Right.
In the world.
Madam President said the country.
In the country, of the world. Board members, are there any other just general comments? The purpose of this section was so that we could share with each other what it is that we're doing out in the community, because I know a lot of us do a lot of volunteering across the district, and there are a lot of things that we're involved in, but we never know because we're not sharing. And I think it's important that the public understands that we do more than just sit on this podium, that we really are engaged throughout the community.
And Madam President,
Mr.
not to deviate from that line,
Sure.
but David, if I understand correctly, I mean, while we have gone through a couple of an item here that was brought up and voted on and different things, we could still, at this particular point, just ask questions or at least acknowledge comment-wise about something that should have fallen under the discussion of that item. Is that allowable under this section? I mean, it's general comments, and so, I mean, that's very ambiguous in the sense of what can...
Yes, I mean, it's not specific, so I would think that...
So really, one thing I just wanted to point out is, and ask a question, is when we were looking at the one-time expenditures, we were talking about textbooks, and we were talking about IT and a lot of other things, and buses. I can understand looking at the dollars, but obviously, you know, those dollars that were there or in the district maintenance were collected through taxes. And if they are not looked at from the vantage point of spending to use that as taxes, next year when we compile our budget, they will be in the budget, which means taxes will be higher than they're already going to have to be to meet next year's budget. So in my analysis of what we're looking to do and different things, what's been proposed, while I understand the board has taken action, and, you know, I voted the way I voted, you voted the way you voted, but I don't know if it was really, and it's my fault for really at that point not bringing it up, but the point is that either we're going to have to use the tax dollars that we've already collected, or we're going to have to increase to save those tax dollars in the district maintenance fund, that we're going to have to increase taxes even higher next year to still do the same thing that we're being asked to do with tax dollars today.
Board?
Because the textbooks will have to be purchased. The buses will have to be purchased. I mean, there may be certain items that you think, oh, well, maybe, maybe not. But if we don't look at it that the tax dollars we have should be used for those expenditures, then next year when the budget is put together, dollars will continue to go, tax will continue to go higher because we're still going to have to purchase the books. And we're still going to have to purchase certain technologies that are going to help us be more compliant and more accessible for students and their technology needs, whether it be through STEM, whether it be through any of the other things that we're trying to implement throughout the school district. So, you know, and I, again, apologize for deviating, but I just want to bring that to the floor because it is going to be something we incur. And whether that be another meeting down the line or we just wait and put it in next year's budget and just, you know, the operating millage continues to climb, that's just something we have to reconcile ourselves to understanding.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Spears, for that observation. Thank you. Board, are there any other comments? Mr. Lassenheiser?
Yeah. You'd mentioned volunteering, and said one of the most enjoyable things that I do, and I do this almost on a daily basis, is to go into our schools and work with young people, especially those who are kind of struggling a little bit in their reading program. And we have so many great kids in our district, and it's so much fun to work with them. And I know all of our schedules are busy, but I would just encourage you, to the degree that you can, try to get in those schools and read to those kids and let them read to you, and just try to work with them and just encourage them and challenge them to be successful.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lassenheiser. Any more comments? If not, we will move to item B, Community Advisory Committee. I do know that there is a policy, even before there being a policy, there is an expectation that as a board, as a school district, that we have active community involvement and engagement. And I would like to ask that we consider a Community Advisory Committee. And I would like to ask that we have two of our board members to go back and review that policy for the Community Advisory Committee and come back to this board at our regularly scheduled May meeting to kind of let us know what the policy says and what it is that we can do in accordance to policy to establish a Community Advisory Committee.
Let me ask a question.
Yes,
At one time, we had what we call the Superintendent's Advisory Committee. Are you thinking in terms of something like that, or are you thinking in terms of something that might be more broad-based than that?
More broad-based than that. And this committee would not have any voting privileges, that they would just provide input back to this board.
What are you thinking of in terms of the composition of the committee, the size of the committee, how they would be formed, what type of scope of work might they perform?
I'm glad you asked, Mr. Lassenheiser, because I was going to ask you if you would work to go back and review that policy in conjunction with Mr. Lewis, because sure. As it stands.
Is this would you like a report from the two of us for
yes.
the May board meeting?
For the May
sure.
12th regularly scheduled meeting.
I'll just get with Mr. Lewis and find out what his schedule looks like, and we'll work on it.
All right, thank you very much.
We need
yes.
to, I'm sorry, we need to just clarify that that is a special committee and yes. give it an end date. Otherwise, it's considered a standing, and we're not allowed to do that.
So I will say that we will acknowledge Mr. Lotzenheiser and Mr. Lewis as making up the special committee for reviewing the Community Advisory Committee. And it will not be an ongoing standing committee. Along that line of, yes, Ms. Fisher?
I'm sorry, would they be making a report at the next board meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Along that line we do have some other committees that we've established. I don't know if we noted them as special committees. There's the one that Mr. Spears, you and I, we serve on for real properties. There is the other special committee for policy review that Mrs. Fisher and I volunteer and serve on those committees. So as a point of clarification, I think we probably should note that those are special committees, right, that they are not permanent committees. And if everybody agrees to continue to serve in those capacities, that would be great. All right.
Madam President, I just have one clarification. Is with this particular committee, how would it be in its effort any different than PTOs and things that are already in place?
The PTOs and PTAs at the different schools really operate in the capacity of being liaisons to the school and to the principals. The intent of the policy, if I'm not mistaken, and if I'm interpreting it correctly, is that the Community Advisory Committee will be liaisons from the community back to this board with no voting privileges.
And not just be parent-based.
Right. It's not just
broad stakeholders.
I think the policy reads that it is very broad in its makeup.
I think
and
that's
so
not good.
And I know this is something that Mr. Lotzenheiser and Mr. Lewis will bring back to the board, but once, if it comes back up to that particular point, in selecting individuals to be on that board, will it be as a lottery?
We're going to let Mr. Lotzenheiser.
And I just ask it so that in fairness that, you know, if we have 10 slots, for example, outside of the board members,
right,
and we have 25 interested parties, instead of saying you, and you, that we, just like at the school level, that we would have a lottery to where those individuals would have as equal amount of chance as anyone else to serve in that capacity.
I would think that Mr. Lewis and Mr. Lotzenheiser would review the policy and bring it back to the board. There will be no action taken. They're simply going to come back.
Oh, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
I was just making for clarification, so I understand, because it was
Sure.
just like, you know, sometimes we have just a line item
Right.
here, and I just wanted to make sure I understand.
So once we have their report, then we can talk about that in further detail.
Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. If we're done with that, we will move to item number C, the Superintendent Search Board. Tonight, we have representatives here from 3 search firms, the first being from Ray & Associates, the second being from the Mississippi School Board Association, and the last being from Hazard Young and Atia. They will be sharing with us about a 10-minute presentation on their overview of services that they can provide to our district to complete a search for superintendent. And so now I'll ask Jan if she would go and get the representative from Ray & Associates. Board, if we could hold our questions until after the presentation. They've each been instructed to about 8 to 10 minutes, and we'll follow up with just a couple of minutes of questions.
And just one question I do have is, each one's coming in individually, so you can't prepare by hearing the questions that may be asked or posed.
That is correct.
Okay.
And since you brought that up, Mr. Spears, it was at their request that they do that.
That's
to
perfect.
come in.
That's perfect.
Good evening. How are you?
My name is Al Johnson. I'm a regional director with Ray & Associates, executive search firm. And I'm going to give a very short presentation, less than 10 minutes, and reserve my 10 minutes for your question and answer period, if that's okay with you.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you inviting us in to do this presentation. First of all, Ray & Associates is the oldest executive search firm in terms of superintendents in the United States. Been in business for 38 years. And most of our searches are border to border, coast to coast, small districts, large districts, about 95% of our business is superintendent searches and State Department searches. That's the only business that we're in. I primarily handle the southeastern corridor, and we do more searches completed in the southeastern corridor than any other search firm. Just to give you a few, we did Jackson, city of Jackson, Mississippi. We did the State Department position for Mississippi as well. Up the road, we do a lot of college towns. Tuscaloosa, did the search there. Further up, a little town called Fairfield City in Alabama. I did Beaufort County, South Carolina, Guilford County, North Carolina, Charlotte-Mecklenburg, North Carolina, Norfolk schools, Hampton schools. So I just want to give you an idea that we do a number of searches. We do about 35 to 40 searches a year. What's important, the firm is actually headquarters in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. What's important here is that we have a full-time staff there. There are 6 people that are located. Those 6 people are dedicated to helping school districts with their searches. So when you call our firm, you're not going to get an answering service. You're going to get a live person who's ready to respond to any needs that you have. An overview of the search, and as I go through this, because I'm limited in time, I'll just sort of hit the highlights. The search process itself, the most important thing for us to do is to get to know this community where we to do this search. So what we would suggest is that we allow for maximum input from board members and maximum input from the public. Because the most critical thing is that you'll see that target on the side there. We have to target the people that we're going after. And there has to be the right fit for this community. What will work in Jackson, Mississippi won't necessarily work here in Columbus. So all of our searches are very targeted. The other thing I should mention is all of our searches are custom. Every search is different. And I would emphasize to you that if were we to get the job, it is your search, not our search. We haven't hired a superintendent in 38 years and don't plan to do it in the future. This is your search. We will customize it to what you want. We will aggressively seek candidates. We are looking for people who are happy in their jobs at the moment. They aren't looking for jobs. They aren't ad readers. We have to be aggressive, but we have to get the job in front of them. We have 160 associates across the country, so that once we've decided on what we are looking for in this superintendent job, we would farm that out, the description, to those 160 associates. It's their job to tell us who might be a fit for this position. We, of course, also advertise in all of the regular media, such as EdWeek. We do extensive background investigations. When we bring you a candidate, he or she will be who we say they are. In today's age of technology, that's become extremely important, because everybody and its cousin is a detailed detective. And their job is to go out and find everything that we didn't find about a candidate. So when we bring you a candidate, that candidate will be thoroughly vetted. The next phase is that part of our process is to assign a team to recruit candidates and to go through that, all of those candidates with the team, and to present to you for your review semifinalists. Normally we would present somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 to 12 candidates for your review. Again, we're not going to select the person, so we want to give you a broad overview of candidates we think fit the bill. We're not going to bring you 2 or 3 people, because we want you involved in the selection process. So it will be a number of candidates brought forward. We also have a proprietary process in terms of evaluating those candidates. It's a consensus-building process. And our expectations are that we're going to have a 5-0 vote on the finalists. Once we finish that round, we would then bring in, normally it would be 2 to 3 candidates for the board's final selection. In the semifinalist process and in the semifinalist process, again, it's your search, so it's your decision as to who is involved in the selection of the superintendent. Ultimately, it's the school board's responsibility to pick the candidate. But sometimes school boards like to get some input. If the board decides to do that, we also have a process that we would use to help to facilitate. In terms of the search process, our process is that the candidate will know what the job is, they will know what the salary is, they will know what the parameters are. So when we get down to the final candidates, we don't spend a lot of time. We tell our candidates, this is not the time to tell us you got to talk to your priest or your wife or your kids or anybody else. You should have already had all of those conversations. So we move quickly in the process because these people, as I said, are talented people, probably on a search somewhere else. But we would work with the board to finalize the process, including the salary negotiation. We also, as an additional product, will do a board assessment. That is, looking at several categories. How effective is the board? How do they evaluate themselves in working in all of these particular categories? So that when the new superintendent comes on board, we can immediately form a partnership between the superintendent and the school board. I've run through this pretty quickly because I said I want to allow maximum time for your questions, reserving my 10 minutes if I have any.
All right, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Board, what questions do you have? Mr. Latzenheiser.
I know that every search is different, but based upon your years of experience in doing this, could you kind of lay out a typical time frame if we were to engage you between the initial engagement and the time that the 2 to 3 finalists are brought in for interviews? What typically would be the time frame that most school districts would experience?
The typical time frame is really somewhere between the 3 to 5 month range. But it all depends on the time of the year as well. Because, you know, if we were back in October, is an ideal time to start looking for a school superintendent. But 3 to 5 months, that time range is typical. Now, we've done them in much shorter time frames, but it has an impact on the search.
Ask one quick question. This in-depth video that you would have for the 8 to 10 or 8 to 12 semifinalists,
yes.
How long typically does that run? And I would assume that the same questions are asked of every one. Is that correct?
The same question is asked of each one. Typically, it runs about 2 minutes. It's a webcam.
Okay. Board, any other questions? Mr. Spears?
I have just a couple questions. You had mentioned earlier in your talk that the firm as a whole conducts 35 to 40, or was that just in your territory?
No, that's overall.
Overall. And within your territory of the region, about how many are you currently working to orchestrate, or know that there's the possibility that you will be looking
No associate can work on more than 3 at the same time. I'm currently working on 2 others.
Okay.
State Commissioner for West Virginia and Superintendent of Durham City Schools, North Carolina.
Sure.
Doctor, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Spears.
And then my second question is, and as you mentioned, in the world we live in, things get reported in different things. And so my question is that with some of the searches that have been executed by the firm, there has, here in our home state, have been some negative press about those searches, just in the sense is that, sometimes people were saying things were brought to light after the fact when the process had gone through. Some things were brought to light, during the process when other candidates may have withdrawn. I'm just trying to understand, you said we'll get all this information, the background checks and everything, but is that something that's helping strengthen internal controls within your organization? Yes. Or is, you know?
I think we have sufficient internal controls. One of them is a sort of a heart-to-heart that I have with everyone.
Sure.
So I said, I want to know the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Sure.
Don't ever let something come out that I don't know about.
Sure.
But you got to do the due diligence.
And I'm not trying to frame this in a bad way because you're
No.
speaking, but I'm going to ask in the sense is that I would think that just in anything that's happened, you want to make sure that as you go forward, you get stronger.
In 38 years, I can assure you that at some point something must have slipped through.
Absolutely.
But I think we do an extremely thorough job.
Sure.
Because of the associates that we have across the country, when we have our dialogue about the candidate, somebody knows that person intimately. Mm-hmm. We also have that, I talked to you about that as staff. One of their first jobs is to go out for the local newspaper where that person is, to check all of those community blogs that exist. Every single blog is run down. There's some sites out there that do nothing but dig up dirt. There's one called Dog Pile, for example. So we have a battery of resources to check our candidates out.
Okay.
Mrs. Spears, do you have another question? A third question.
The one final question I have is with respect to the proposal that we received at our last meeting with the consultant fees and different things. Is the consultant fee just the baseline
That's correct.
cost, and then anything that we kind of tailor to our individual search?
That's correct.
And maybe I overlooked it. Is there a sheet that outlines if we do A or B and C, kind of like when you're building a house?
There's some language in the contract saying that you have options, right?
Right.
Rather than a face-to-face, you might decide to do Skype, for example.
Sure.
So yes, there are some alternatives in there.
Okay. I guess are those as locked down and standard of a number as what your overall consultant fee is, or do they just vary based on those? Okay.
They vary.
Okay.
For example, if you decided that you wanted to do stakeholder meetings, a lot of stakeholder meetings, I obviously can't do them all by myself, so you have to fly somebody else in.
Sure.
To help with that process. That would be an additional cost.
Okay, but the cost, since unless I overlooked it in this presentation we were sent, that particular cost will be given to us at the time. If this board elects to use you, would be given to us ahead of time, so we will know as we're building out our platform of the search.
There are two ways we would do it. We can give you an estimate of what we expect,
sure,
or we can give you a flat number that says if we approach that number, we have to come back to you for approval to go over. So there can be a cap.
Sure. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
The other thing on the expenses, your accounting group will get full documentation on all expenses.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Dr. Johnson, there is a way for the board to manage the expenses of the services that you provide.
Yes.
By kind of going through a menu of items and selecting those things.
That's right. For example, in advertising, we'll bring you about 23 items and say, here's your options. We can do all of these, or we can do one of them, or we can do 3 of them. Now, what we will tell you is, here are the ones that you need to do. For example, one would be Education Week. You can't do a superintendent search without advertising in that week.
All right. Are there any other questions for Dr. Johnson? Mrs. Fisher.
Dr. Johnson, thank you very much for coming. In your vetting process, how extensive is your background checks in terms of community input from the district they're coming from?
As I said, what our office will do, if they're coming from Norfolk, Virginia, we go in and we look at all of the newspapers and do a check on that individual. We look at all of the blogs.
But do you have any personal conversations?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
For example, when the package that our candidates have to complete include references, we pay almost no attention to those references, because if they're stupid enough to give us a bad reference, then they need not be hired. But we do use those references as jumping off points. So we will use somebody's name that was given and we'll go to somebody that knows that person. And when we do our checks, we just don't ask, what do you think about this person? If we get a glowing report from somebody, we would follow it up by saying, is there anybody in the community who might have a different opinion of this person? So we're looking for the full size of the individual.
Board, are there any other questions? Dr. Johnson, I guess I'll end with this one. Currently, is Ray & Associates conducting a search in the state of Mississippi for superintendent?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, we're not.
Right.
But that wouldn't limit us now. The other thing I just want to mention to close is that sometimes sometimes a board may have a predisposition toward a local candidate or a regional candidate. It doesn't really matter to us. But we're a national search firm, and the nation includes the local and the regional. So it doesn't really matter to us. We're just going to get you the best candidate based on what you say you want.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Board, if there aren't any other questions, Dr. Johnson,
How did I do on time?
I think you did pretty good.
Okay.
You did pretty good. We thank you for coming and for sharing with us, and we look forward to getting back in touch with you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have
Thank
a good
you.
night and safe
Thank you, Dr.
travels.
Johnson.
Next, we will be hearing from Dr. Waldrop from the Mississippi School Board Association. Good evening, Dr. Waldrop. Thank you for coming and
Good
for
evening.
sharing with us about the services for searches for superintendents on behalf of the MSBA.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be with you tonight. I prepared for you just a handout so you can follow along with it. You don't have to write everything down, because I know y'all are going to take extensive notes and hang on every word.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Roger, we're just asking if your presentation could be around 8 to 10 minutes, and we'll follow up with a few questions.
I promise you.
Thank you.
I put together a list of the services of the Mississippi School Boards Association. Y'all are all very familiar with us anyway, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail or any detail in telling you who the Mississippi School Boards Association is. Basically, it's my understanding what y'all want to know of what services we offer through our superintendent search. Is that correct? We will attend the board meeting, and this is on your handout. We will attend the board meeting to discuss the MSBA search services, and that includes surveying the board members to determine the qualifications sought in a successful candidate. And this criteria is what we use when we do interviews, when we receive resumes and applications, and when we do reference checks. What we try to do is profile the candidates that we feel like have the best opportunity to succeed working with y'all, that they not only have the technical skill, but knowing you, and then knowing the candidates once we do the interviews, once we do the background checks, and once we do the interviews, is trying to find a good match, not only in technical skills, but also in chemistry. We will assist you in developing a search timeline, in establishing the criteria for the next superintendent. Once you, as the board, establishes your criteria for the selection of the superintendent, we'll prepare an application for you to be used in the search, and an announcement brochure for distribution to potential applicants. All applicants will be asked to describe in writing their particular strengths in each area of the criteria established by the board, and also our interview questions, and when we contact their previous employers and references and all, we'll also ask those questions of them. This is the primary screening device that we'll have. Advertise the position through selected websites and educational publications in which y'all will determine, you'll determine the extent of your advertisement. But what comes with the search that you don't have to include is we have a database of every administrator in Mississippi, so we'll automatically send all y'all search information to every school administrator in the state of Mississippi. And we also have our sister organizations, school board associations throughout America, and we send a blast to them with all of the information so that they can post it on their websites and disseminate it throughout their states. So those just come automatically. We'll also contact people who we feel might be good matches for y'all. 2 years ago, we opened up a prospective superintendent academy, and we're getting some pretty good candidates through that, a better pool than we did 2 or 3 years ago. Not the quality necessarily, but the quantity of it, which gives us a little better quality because of sheer numbers. Also, if there are any people y'all would like for us to invite to apply, we will contact them on y'all's behalf and issue them an invitation also. And receive and process each application, acknowledge receipt, and request any additional information needed. Evaluate each applicant. Conduct references and preliminary background checks on the applicants. A written summary report will be presented to the board once the MSBA completes the recruitment and evaluation process. And at that time, we'll tell you everything we found out about the candidates, what we've heard to be true, what we know is a fact, and what we've heard, and we'll tell you we don't know if it's true or not, but this is what they're saying in the community where this candidate lives, or this is what the references are saying about this candidate, because we don't want you to be blindsided. We don't want y'all to hire someone and say, gosh, we didn't know this, did you know it? And we say, well, we heard it, but we couldn't validate it, so we didn't tell y'all. We're going to tell you everything we find out about these candidates. You'll be given a complete file on each candidate. Every candidate that applies, we'll give you the file on these candidates after we present the candidates to you. If you request, we will give you a professional judgment on who we think are your top candidates out of your pool. But we don't select the candidate for you. We screen them based on your criteria and tell you who we think are the most likely to be successful in your district. And again, if you asked us, we will give you a professional judgment on who we think are your top candidates. If for some reason you're not pleased with the search, we will open the search up again at no cost other than expenses, and at that time we go more into a recruitment mode, although we do recruitment on the initial search. And if requested, we'll follow up with a 3-hour transitioning workshop for the board. The school districts that have taken advantage of that transitional workshop, those superintendents, every one of them are still in place, and we're not experiencing any issues other than just normal day-to-day operational issues in those school districts. So if y'all use us and if we do it, I highly recommend y'all follow through with that workshop. And that's my 8 minutes. Did I get it in less than 8 minutes?
You did, Dr. Waltrip.
I left y'all time for questions.
Thank you very much. Board, are there questions? Ms. Latson-Heiser.
Dr. Waltrip, how many active searches does MSBA have at the present time? And if it's permissible, could you share some particulars with us if you could do that?
We have 6 active searches going on right now. I brought a copy of the brochures of the 6 districts. I'll leave them in your board first if y'all would like to look at those.
So, Ms. Latson-Heiser, you actually helped me to ask my question because I wanted to know how many searches was MSBA conducting right now in the state, and you say that there are 6?
We have 6 active searches going on right now.
Can I ask one follow-up question?
Sure.
Dr. Wallop, you said you had 6 searches. Could you just sort of tell us, are these all in the incipient stages? Are they about to come to fruition? Are they kind of in the middle? What part of the process are you in with these searches?
We'll be presenting the report to the Canton School District Thursday. I'll be up Thursday at the Canton School Board. We have the North Panola and the Tate County search, and the Hazelhurst search will be closing Friday, and we will begin interviewing candidates. And then we have, I forgot what the other 2 were. Was that 6? Whatever. Oh, Nettleton. Nettleton will be closing shortly also. So we've got 1 that's almost completed and 5 that will be completed within the next 2 weeks as far as the application process itself. North Sunflower is the other school district.
May I ask one more quick question?
Yes.
I know that there are times of the year that are more propitious than others for starting a search. What about the month of April? How does that rate, in your opinion, as a time to begin a search?
It just depends on when you want a superintendent on the job and how long you want to advertise. Normally what we recommend is 6 weeks, but we do have some boards that go 4 weeks, but we found the pools are better if you'll go 6 weeks. The closer you get to July 1st, what we've seen is the pool isn't quite as strong as it is if you start the search, say, December and January. So it doesn't mean you won't get quality applicants, but you may not get as many applicants, and we're just seeing a smaller pool when you have when searches start late, because everybody's wanting them here by July 1st. And I would say to y'all that this is the most important decision you'll make while you're serving on this board, and I wouldn't let an artificial time, rush this search so that y'all don't get a really quality candidate. But take your time with it. It's very, very important that y'all get a good superintendent.
So, Dr. Waldrop, for the searches that you're currently conducting, what was the start date, and what is the hire date, the potential date that they're looking to place a candidate?
Well, there are 2 that we're doing that with consolidation issues, North Bolivar and Sunflower County, and they're being driven by the Mississippi Department of Education, and they want those people on the job by June 1st. So those have been expedited. Okay. Now, Tate County, North Panola, they're looking for them July 1st. Canton's looking for them July 1st. Hazelhurst is looking for them July 1st.
Okay. And that Canton search opened, when did it open? I'm just trying to gauge for the time.
The Canton search opened probably in February, somewhere mid-February. It takes, what we have found to do a comprehensive search, it takes a little time to develop the brochure, because y'all want to be involved in this, about 2 weeks. And then if you advertise 6 weeks, that's 2 months right there. And we've also found that 90% of the applications come in on the last day. Why, I have no idea. And by the time we've set up interviews and checked references, you're looking at another 2 weeks probably. And then by the time y'all interview, you're looking at another 2 weeks. So you're looking at easy, fast doing 2 weeks prep, 6 weeks, and then another 2 weeks interview. So you're looking at 3 months. Now you can shorten that like we did for North Sunflower, and Sunflower Consolidated, and North Bolivar, and they only advertised a month, and that way we're able to speed their process up, and they also sped up their application. We worked with them all one day, came up on a Saturday, and worked with them all one day to get their criteria and everything nailed down, and they chose not to have stakeholder meetings. And that's something we'll do for y'all too under our search. If you want us to have stakeholder meetings, we'll meet with your stakeholders.
All right. Board, are there other questions?
I do have,
Mrs. Spears?
I do have a few questions, and I don't think you addressed, I know you'd mentioned that you're currently conducting 6 ongoing searches, but how many ongoing superintendent searches, including ours, are there happening in the state of Mississippi? Do you happen to have that number?
Yeah, there's one going on in Petal, I understand. That one has just come open. I do not know who's doing it. There's one going on in Philadelphia, and it's my understanding the board is doing that one with the help of a retired superintendent.
Right.
I'm not sure. You'd have to call them. And then one has just concluded at North Pike. So it was three that was going on that we did not participate in. I say we didn't participate in. Once the candidates came in, the boards have a tendency to call me and say that I know these folks, and I'm glad to say, yeah, I know them. Here's what I know about them.
Board, you have another question?
I've got a couple more questions. Now, in the in the numbers we've seen before, the consultation fee, the baseline cost to, if you were hired to start the searches, how much to do that? Obviously, as we build out the type of search, we want the platform and different things. There are also add-ons for doing this and doing that. But what is your baseline cost?
Our base fee is $9,500 plus expenses, and the expenses are basically how broadly you want to advertise. That's a major. But what we have seen that normally the expenses in a normal search run somewhere between $3,000 and $4,000.
Okay.
So it's $8,500 plus, $9,500 plus our expenses.
Okay. So 12 to 13, something like ballpark.
Right? A lot of times, search groups will say, "Well, we'll do it, for 14 or 15," and that includes the advertisement cost and all the other costs. But we'd like to break it out where we'll say, "Well, here's our baseline, and y'all can tell us how much you want to spend on advertisement or whatever other expenses."
Sure. My final question is, a lot of times it's talked about that you, as a board, should go to, you have candidates living in different parts of the country or the state or whatever, that you should kind of boots on the ground, go into that community and kind of pull individuals there. Is that something that is truly beneficial as board members to do, or is it just something like an added benefit of peace of mind?
I think that there's real benefit in that. I don't think you need to do that with all your applicants, but once you've narrowed it down to your top one or two or maybe three, I think there's value in a board member or two going into that community and just walking in the streets and saying, "Well, y'all got a good school system here. What about the superintendent?" Or we even had some that would go to church and talk with them after church. "Well, I'm new here. What about the schools? What about the superintendent?" I think there's real value because you can't do too much due diligence on the front end. And we do an enormous amount of due diligence on candidates other than local candidates because we feel like you know more about your local candidates than we do. So we're not going to do a lot of due diligence on trying to find a lot of information on local candidates that are in the Columbus school system. But if they're outside of the school system, we do a tremendous amount of due diligence.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
That walkthrough that you just described in the different communities, is that something that the board could have you as a search firm to do in our stead? That if we ask for you to go and do that?
That would be an additional expense. If you want us to do that, we would. And some school districts have done it. They haven't done it with us. But we had one school system that said, "Well, we want to meet with these people. Would you set that up for us?" And it was an out-of-state candidate, and we actually set the meetings up with people in the State Department and other people in the community. But if y'all said to us, "We want y'all, this is our top two candidates, we want y'all to go to these towns and go to church, go to Walmart, go whatever," we would do that.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there other questions for Dr. Waldrop? Thank you for coming and sharing.
All right, in closing, let me make one more suggestion to you, and this is something we found that's very important. Whoever you decide, you need to check references on them. Where have they done their most recent searches, and call those school districts, those board members, and find out how those searches went. I'm going to leave y'all two other brochures. These are the two most recent ones we've done in your area, Tupelo and Starkville. So I would really recommend y'all check references, not on anybody you choose. I'm going to leave these.
Dr. Waldrop, this is just my second year on the board. Did MSBA conduct the two previous superintendent searches for this district?
No, we conducted the last superintendent search for the district. We did not conduct the one before that.
Do you remember who conducted the one prior to that? Mr. Lighthouse, do you remember?
When y'all got Dale Phillips, didn't the board do it themselves? Yes, we did. Y'all did it yourself. You didn't hire a consultant group.
Okay.
And the last thing, here are 2 copies of our contract. If you decide to use those, just sign them and get a contract to us. That will instigate us to start the process. I'm going to leave these 2 contracts with your attorney. If you decide to use us, sign them and get them to us, and we'll start your search.
All right, thank you again, Dr. Waldrop, for coming. You did, and safe travels. Now, board, we will have our final presentation tonight. We will have Dr. Coleman coming from Hazard, Young, and Attia and Associates. This is for
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome, Dr. Coleman.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
May I come and pass out
Sure.
my folders?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And while you're passing those out, Dr. Coleman, we've asked the 2 previous presenters if they would present between 8 to 10 minutes, and we will open the floor for any questions from the board after that.
Not a problem. Again, as I said, it is my pleasure to be here this evening, rather. HYA is eager to work with you and to work for you. We are one of the largest national search firms in the country, and I believe that HYA is unique in 3 areas, and that is because of our people, our process, and our commitment. With our people, we have a networking system across the country. So that means that we're able to recruit very aggressively. So, and with our process is research-based, and we customize our search to meet the needs of this district. And with our commitment, we are always committed to be successful, because we have done over 1,000 searches, and we have had a high success rate. As a matter of fact, I was hired by the firm in 1990 as the first African-American superintendent in Joliet Grade School, District 86, and I joined the firm in 1994. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do this afternoon is to have you open your folders, and if you would look on the left-hand side, this is our training manual. We do work with ACRA. So if you need additional workshops or any kind of training, they will provide it for you. On the right-hand side, I have the superintendent's flow chart. And with this, I'm going to go through briefly some of the things that we do. This is our process and how we search for your new superintendent. We need a planning meeting. We start with a planning meeting. At our planning meeting, what we normally do, we ask the board to find groups for us to interview. And they also go through the process of making a calendar. And because we are trying to expedite this process with Columbus, I did a tentative timeline, which you take a look in that and find what you call, it's a draft, a white sheet, a white sheet. And it goes with the flow chart. Time, tentative dates, okay? But I'm talking about the planning meeting at this time. At the planning meeting, what we would do, we would select the groups. We would make sure that you invite and engage the community to be a part of this interviewing process, because what we do, we'd like to develop a profile report, and in that profile report, we develop what we call the characteristics, and that is also in your folder. And that looks like this. The desired characteristics, defining the desired characteristics. Well, we do that when we do our profile report and when we do our interviews. So when we're planning our calendar, that's what we do. We come here so that you would have the dates for the entire process to take place. So with that in mind, after we have our planning meeting, if you notice on your date sheet on this tentative draft that I have prepared for you, if we were selected, we would have to have a planning meeting, of course, prior to these dates. So if we were selected, we would be able to begin interviews and our focus group meetings April 29th through the 30th, depending on the number of groups you select. Now, it's up to you as a board to invite as many people as you would like for us to interview, because we think that's a critical part of the process. The more people you get involved for their input, then the more it helps us to find the right person, the new leader that you're really looking for to meet the needs of this district. So we think that this profile report is very important, and we need the input from the people. And of course, we interview the board individually. So there is a schedule. We have a schedule that we provide for you to slot in the times. So also at that planning meeting, you get a chance to get the sample letters that you're going to send out to the people to invite them to the profile meetings, the focus group meetings. You also will get a copy of what we call our online survey, the information that would go online. So we have two things that we do. We do interviews that are personal interviews. We come down and interview all of your stakeholders, all those people that you want to be involved in this search process, including the board. Now remember, we're here to work for you and with you. So you would help us select these groups. And then for the online survey, you would do the same thing as well. We would simultaneously first put on the online survey as when you would invite us to come, if we were selected. Remember, I'm saying if we were selected. That would go on about April 24th. And if you notice, I said the interviews, we would start on the 29th, but if we had a planning meeting prior to those dates, we can open our online survey at that time. And then you can invite as many people as you want to go online. We have 6 groups, and that would be decided at our planning meeting again. So we would open the survey on the 24th, and then that would be closed prior to us writing the profile report, because it would be included in the profile report. Also, if you notice on your flow chart, on one side you see the board responsibilities, and you see the consultant's responsibilities. Now, I'm at the point where we're talking about the profile report, and I'm in that little box that talks about we interview the board, the staff, community representatives, develop leadership profile, and the selection criteria. Now, what is that? It means that once we do the profile report and we come back and we present it to this board, then we develop, the board, together, we help you to develop the desired characteristics that you would like to see in the new leader. And remember, this information would be coming from your community as well, because that input will be, we will have that input from our profile report. And so from that, we build the desired characteristics. Now, after we do that, and you approve the criteria for the profile report and the characteristics, then that's when you would approve also the ad content, that we would put it out there publicly so that we will make sure people are understanding exactly what you're looking for in the new superintendent. So that would come after you approve the profile report as well as the desired characteristics. And as you notice on the right-hand side, we do prepare the publicity for the vacancy notice with your approval. And that date is coming after the profile report is given to the board. Also, we have seminars for interviews and the final stages of the interview. That's open if you care for that, seminars. But then we asked also, after we do that, we go out and we actively recruit our candidates. Now, it's up to the board to decide how many that you would like for us to bring in as finalists. However, we will interview as many as 12 to 15 applicants before we narrow the field down to the finalists that you would want us to bring in. But again, that's up to you. And remember, this is tentative. It's just trying to give you an idea of what the dates should look like in terms of what needs to happen if you are expecting or assuming to place a superintendent here by July 1. These are some of the things that would have to be done within this time frame. The other thing is that we would do our recruiting, we would prepare the application process, we will go through the entire process of getting all the applicants in, and remember, we do have an online website where they would go and apply, and as I said earlier, we have a national network where we can recruit as many applicants as possible, so we do have the opportunity to find you a new leader and find one that will be a great match for your district. Then after we do that, we conduct a seminar with the board, okay, because we bring in the finalists. We would bring in the finalists. If you tell me 3, we bring in 3. If you tell me bring in 4, we bring in 4. Whatever the number is, we bring in those finalists for you. And before we bring in the finalists, or before we name them, we'd like to have a little training meeting with you because we would prepare you for the interviews. We would give you all an opportunity to help create questions. And we would also give you the opportunity to ask us questions and then to see how the entire process will go out from that point to the end. Also, after that, we will, after we conduct our interviews, we would, and if you notice, I wrote on the back, if you were to take in for, on which side, anyway, one side said something about the candidates, the 4 candidates, of when you would interview them. I put some time slots there. Because if we are looking at bringing in a slate to you on the 17th of June, that means now if you think about it, I said the profile report would be approved when? It would be approved on the 12th. And that means that if we brought you a slate in by the 17th, we would have about 4 weeks in which we could aggressively find a new superintendent for you. And we would have all of our interviews done and everything. So once we present the slate to the board, then the board needs to look at these applicants, and then they would interview them. And I just put some time slots tentatively in terms of what we would do, like on the first night, maybe June 18th, possibly you can interview the first candidate. And then about an hour and a half. And then the second candidate you would interview later that evening, that same evening on the 18th. Then on the 19th, you would also interview the other 2 if we're to bring in 4. So you do that. And then on the last night of your interviews, then we come back in with you. Now, we don't recommend that we sit in on your interviews, but what we do, we will be present to help you move through that process at the end. And that is to narrow the field down to what we're going to call your finalists. And that would be like narrowing the field down to 2. And the reason why we always say 2, because you never know what might happen to in the process after you've done your interviews. So we say narrow it down to 2. And then once the board does that, then the board can invite the finalists into the district and have them to meet and greet with the people in the community as well as your staff. And also, by the 22nd through the June 26th, you should have made a decision because we have to do the background check, and then we do have a firm that does that. It's in the folder as well. And it's optional if the board would like to visit the district of the finalists to get to know them in their own environment and to talk to them as well. And then on the 27th, you can announce who your new superintendent would be. Now, we also offer an optional workshop at the end. And then you decide when the new superintendent would assume the position, which could be in July 1. Now, these tentative dates are very much in line with the flow chart. So in order for us to expedite your search, and assuming you want someone in July, this is the kind of schedule that we'd have to make once we had a planning meeting. So I wanted to give you an idea of where we are. Yes, we've done this before. We have been very successful. I have done more than 40 searches myself, so I've been quite involved with this process. And so it works well when we have the cooperation of all of the board members and when we all can agree on our dates and what we're going to do and how. And again, at our planning meeting, what we would do is customize our search to make sure that we're meeting the needs of this district.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. So,
Dr. Coleman.
I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson was with Brand Associates. Dr. Coleman.
Yes.
Thank you for the information.
Yes.
I see that you have a draft of a tentative schedule. This can change according to
Absolutely. That
the
was
time
just
frame that we.
It was an idea that I thought I could put together to see what we're working with in terms of timing, if you wanted to have a superintendent by July 1.
So July 1 is that like
Not actually. It's your call.
Okay.
It's your call. I mean, I'm saying, if you notice, I wrote July.
Okay.
Right.
Board, are there any questions for Dr. Coleman?
A couple questions, if I could. I don't see anything on this calendar about advertising.
Yes, it is.
Would you share with us your opinion about how long we should advertise the position, and what types of publications would you recommend that we consider?
Well, we advertise as soon as you approve the criteria. After we write our profile report, we recommend that you approve the ad content. And we put it in Ed Week and AASA, the National Network for Educators, as well as your local newspapers. So, and you would advertise, you would start immediately as soon as you approve the criteria. And then we would run the ad at least up until the time we are through, maybe 2 to 3 weeks, because we intend to have this done in 4 weeks to complete the process of all the interviews.
Can I ask you one other question? Sure. Do you have any active searches ongoing in the state of Mississippi as we speak? And if you could you share the particulars of those?
I am not aware of any active searches in the state of Mississippi at this time.
Question, Ms. Fisher?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Coleman.
Yes.
I just wanted a clarification on when you recommend the candidates meet with the public. Is it at the 4 level?
It's at the 2 level.
At the
when
2
you're
level.
Down to the finalists. That's why I wanted you to see that.
So that's your meet and greet?
That's your meet and greet.
Okay.
That's your meet and greet. And that's why I was trying to outline the activities that should occur in order for you to narrow the field. You don't bring all 4 in, you bring the 2 in, and then you and that's how you're going to customize your search when we have a planning meeting. You decide how you want to do all those kinds of things. And you want to know how, you also determine how much and how much you want to engage the community in that process at the end as well.
And as it relates to advertising, what are some of your means of advertising? I know you do national advertising, but
Yes.
what's the media that you use?
Well, we use the newspaper.
You said the local newspaper.
The local newspaper, yes, and it's online. We have websites.
Okay.
We have websites, yes.
Any information that you put together, is it in paper form? Is it electronic that will go out to be disseminated to potential applicants? How does that part work?
Okay, we have an online application process. Okay, with it being an online application process, Once we advertise the job, the position, then we put our website there. As a matter of fact, we have like many searches that are going on outside of Mississippi, and people are applying as we speak. So once we post on our website and the ad is public as well, then you will begin to get your applicants in. They will start applying online. And what we do, we go online and we draw and we pull all of those applications down who are interested in Columbus. And even those that may not be interested in Columbus, but they look really good on paper, we would pull those applications as well.
Question? Question?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you briefly describe your comprehensive background check, please?
Okay, what we use, look in your packet of information. If you look in your packet of information, we have Baker and Eubanks. They are hired to really do the real background check for us. But we also, as consultants, we check them out prior to giving them to Baker and Eubanks. We have already made calls to the district, and of course, you know, they write down numbers of their former, current employer or former employers. And what we do, we not only call maybe the employer, but someone else in that district. And because we are a national firm, we can call some of our associates and ask them if they know some of these people, so we check them out as well. And we also do YouTube and Facebook and all those kinds of things, so we check those out as well.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Dr. Coleman, thank you very much for being here tonight. The questions that I have, you know, obviously it's some of them with your tentative draft.
Yes.
Do you think it's in the best interest of the school district to rush just to meet this deadline stipulated?
I don't think you should rush to do anything, but I think we have time if we start now. We will be running out of time if you don't make a decision about a search firm coming in, starting this process, because you do need time to plan. As I said, you need time if you want to do the profile report. You have to have time for us to do that because we have to go back and write the profile report up. And as I said, it's outlined how much time is actually needed. So if we had 4 good weeks to look at all of the applicants who apply, yes, we have time.
Okay.
But I don't think it's going to be a rushed process. We're going to take our time and do it if we can start the process. You know,
If you're hired tonight.
Pardon me?
If you're hired tonight.
Well, it would help.
Right.
But even if I'm not hired tonight, whatever firm you decide to go with, okay?
Sure.
You do need to have a planning meeting like between now and the end of the month.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. My next question is with respect to your cost, your baseline
Yes.
cost for consultant fee. It is how much again?
It's 19, let me make sure. Let me make sure I have that number. $19,500.
$19,500, and that's the baseline. So anything that we tailor our search to nationwide, all these other
No,
things?
that's a fixed price.
So
That's our fixed price, because all the travel expenses are extra. That's added someplace else. When we say we customize, it means that we work with you within that price range.
Okay. So the $19,500 will still have other costs attached to it?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I have is, you know, you mentioned that you're not currently working in any ongoing state of Mississippi searches.
Yes.
Have you worked and completed any in, say, the last 5 years?
Yes, in St. John the Baptist, New Orleans. Yes, that was
In
like-
Mississippi?
Not in Mississippi. I haven't worked in Mississippi.
Well, no, I understand. That's what I'm asking is the firm. You know, you're here representing the firm.
Yes, I think the firm was here, I don't know the exact year, but I think they did work here, and I want to say Tupelo. I think that comes to mind. But I'm not sure because I'm not familiar with the search process that they did here.
Okay, all right. The next question that I have, and I apologize, you covered it just a second ago, but I wanted clarification on it.
Yes.
With respect to when you get to vetting the candidates.
Yes.
They go through their application process just like everyone is brought forward, and they come to a certain point, and you vet those candidates, and then we tell you beforehand we only want to see 2 candidates, 4 candidates, 8 candidates, or do you come back and say, here's all the ones that we think are going to be best, and let us do our due diligence, and then at that particular point down the line, come back and say, out of this 20 candidate pool, we only want to see 8? Because it looked like in the timeline you had here, it wasn't necessarily that flexible. It was more that, well, we'll do all this, and then we'll come back to you, and this is what you get.
No, it's not sealed. Nothing is in stone.
Sure.
Okay? I said I recommended 4, but if you tell us you want to see 8 applicants, then we have to bring you 8 applicants. But are you saying that you want to make the decision in terms of the finalists that you select?
Sure.
Or do you want to do this? Are you saying that you want to?
No, not necessarily. The
Do you
search,
want to
but-
interview?
But after you go through your, say, initial filter 1 and 2 to get
Yes.
the candidates and basically cast out as to the ones that you would not think would be a good fit for our district, instead of whittling it down more than that, that would be something we would see all those, whatever candidate amount it is, 10, 15, 20, and then we would come back and say, well, out of this, we'd rather only see 8 of these.
What we normally do, we really have a set number that we'd like for you to give us initially.
Sure.
And let's say we brought you in 4, and you did look at the paperwork or you looked at the applications, and you said, well, I think I'd like to see 4 more. We can do that. Okay. Or you could say, well, how many did you get? Maybe we want to see all 10. We can do that as well. However, what you're doing, that is a real process as well, because it's going to take time for you to do the interviews as well as us to do the interviews. So we're saying another maybe 4 to 8 weeks added on, because you have to call the people and make sure that they're notified. And we do the notifications too for those that are our finalists. But normally we don't bring in 8 to 10. We don't do that unless the board is saying that you don't like the slate that we brought in originally. The original slate, but you set that number now. You can say bring in 5, bring in 6. We can bring you 6 finalists in, and then you can decide on how you want to narrow it down. But we like a number rather than to say, bring me 8. Let's let it be a reasonable number that we can bring in for you to look at and for you to make a determination. And even if you were to interview them, say we brought you 6 and you interviewed all 6, and you said, well, I'm not so sure I like all of these, any of these, then we can bring you the rest of the applications, how many you require or ask for.
And my final question is, what percentage of Hazard Young and the group there is dedicated, what percentage of your business is dedicated to superintendent searches and not just putting someone at Ford or some other type of executive positions?
We have done most of our work in the searches for a superintendent. However, I cannot give you the exact percentages, but now this firm started off doing only superintendent searches, and we have been in existence since 1988. And so I think we've gradually picked up. We do principals and we do assistant superintendents, but we are more, and I'm not going to say more focused, but we have enough associates to do the searches for the superintendency, to focus in only on the superintendency. As an example, I have only done the superintendent searches. Okay. Yes. And there are how many have I done?
Well, no, I was going to ask how many associates, we've heard numbers from different organizations, but how many associates do you have across the country that work with you to do these searches.
Okay. They only assist when needed. If we were hired to work in Columbus, well, then the only time we would call on our associates if we need more applications or we need more information or we need something relating to the superintendency. But as far as how many would work on this, well, I do have a partner who will work with me on this, and then we have people in the office who will work with the online surveys, because that will be done in conjunction with us doing the profile report. So we do have office people and we do have people working like that. But as far as having the national network being involved in the search, only if we need the assistance.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, you
Coleman.
mentioned, Dr. Coleman.
Yeah, I'll be Dr. Johnson tonight.
Don't be Dr. Johnson. Dr. Coleman.
Yes.
You said something about if we decide that none of the candidates are to our liking.
Yes.
And so do we start that process over? What kind of warranty do you give us if we do select a superintendent that you bring to us? Is there any warranty that you provide?
The only thing that we do is that we work until we find your superintendent. And when we bring the slate in, we have brought you the best people that we feel meet the criteria that you have set forth to do and to become the leader here and to work with this board and your district.
Okay.
But yes, if you don't like, yes, we will bring in you more people.
Board, are there any other questions for Dr. Coleman?
I have a question.
Yes.
The 2-year window period.
Yes.
Explain that to me, please.
Okay, the 2-year window. If a superintendent should leave within the 2-year period, okay, then we will conduct a new search for you. Now, let's read it correctly. It's on, I'm going to read it for you. If the superintendent departs from the position during the first year under any circumstances or with first year under any circumstances, or within 2 years if the same board is still in place, HYA will conduct a new search. If they leave after 1 year, we'll do the search at no cost. But in 2 years with the same board in place.
One detail that I would like to make known is that that second part would be impossible because this board has a rolling off member every year. So, I mean, while we could have the same individuals reappointed, there could be the chance that someone is not reappointed. Therefore, it would make that part of that null and void. Correct?
I see. That's correct.
Okay.
It'll be the same board in place.
Dr. Coleman, we have a question. Where is that statement that you were just reading?
On page 10. And did you receive...
Page 10, of the original documents.
I think yes.
And we should have got that from
It's in
Mr.
your
Spears.
proposal.
In the
It's in your
proposal.
proposal. I think we have several things on page 10 that are noteworthy, and that is that we have the fixed price, the 2-year window, and we don't solicit that person. If we place a new superintendent here, we will not touch that person within 5 years, because we'd like for the applicant or the new superintendent to stay at least 5 years. And the last thing was the price match if they're doing the same thing we do.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Coleman, for coming and sharing. Have safe travels.
Thank you for allowing me to make this presentation, and remember, we are willing to serve. Thank you.
Okay, Board, we have had presentations from Ray and Associates, from MSBA, and from Hazard Young and Natia. So we've heard from all three of the presenters tonight. Board, is there any action to take at this time?
Oh, Madam President, one thing I would like to note is that on the adopted agenda, we do not have this listed as any action item. It was only for presentation only. And also as a further consideration, just as we've been requested by different board members before, with all the information in addition to what we'd received at our last meeting, I think it would only be prudent that this board defer this to our next meeting to be able to fully evaluate and Q&A additional information that we might need to make our conclusion on this very expensive as well as important proposition. So that's my motion, is that we would table this decision on selecting this until our next regularly scheduled board meeting, which I think was noted earlier. What was it, May the 12th? Mr. Lewis? Yes.
May the 12th.
It's not our regular schedule, but the next regular schedule is going to be a tour. They said that's a regular meeting, but May 12th is correct.
Okay. Yes.
So it has been motioned to table this item until...
And I will second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? No discussion? All in favor for tabling the item until our regularly scheduled meeting, May 12th, please vote by raising your right hand, please. All opposed, please raise your right hand, please. So the motion fails. Board, is there an action after hearing these three presentations for tonight?
Madam President, I would
Yes.
like to address the fact that you, as well as others, have made the same recommendation before, which has been followed through by members before, and I think in the best interest of the taxpayers that are funding the $19,000 or $12,000 or whatever it is that's brought forward, that they too should be afforded the opportunity to understand these firms as well as what it is that we are looking to do. So that also needs to be a consideration in this decision here.
So you said that we had done, I'm not clear on
Right,
what you
there's
said, we
been
had
many
done
times-
something
there's
before.
Right, there have been many times that I have sat in the seat that you're sitting in, and we get to different things, and we are, I think many times from you, asked to defer so that we can do our due diligence, and this is certainly one of the more important decisions this board will need to make, not only from the process and the hiring, but the expenditure of the money from the tax base. And I think that it would only be prudent that we afford our stakeholders, as well as others that will be part of that process, the opportunity to look at those particular companies that have presented, as well as maybe bring feedback to the district as to who they think we should use.
If I'm not mistaken, this information went out last month, or no, we've had it for more than a
Well,
month.
that is correct, but we didn't have the presentation until tonight.
Let me say something, if I
Yes.
could. You know, Dr. Waldrop made a statement, and I know we're all cognizant of it, but the most important responsibility of us as school board members is hiring the superintendent. That is the single most important responsibility that we have, and we need to take whatever time is appropriate to make the right decision, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Latzenheiser.
Question, comment.
Yes.
While I agree that we need to be very deliberate in our decisions, as has been stated in the past in board meetings, we've had an opportunity to review the material. What we have been presented with tonight is the cost factors, and I think someone asked all of those questions. We got answers to all of those questions. I think the public expects us to
Mr. Spears?
Yes.
Point of order?
If you want to
Are
run
you-
the board without people's input and run it this way, I'm out.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Spears. Mrs. Fisher, continue with
I'm
your...
sorry, was that a resignation?
I'm not sure. Mrs. Fisher?
As I was saying, we have had an opportunity to look at this material for more than 30 days now. What we've been presented tonight was the personal presentation, but we also got figures that were attached. Some deliberation or time may be required. I do not think it should be until May 12th. We're nearing the end of the school year. We should not be rushed in terms of making a judgment, but we should get a process started, because we don't need the interruption in the middle of the school year of trying to make decisions, or in the first quarter of the school year. I think that, you know, if we need to take some time, so be it, but I do not think it should be the May 12th. The figures are not going to change, and I think the public expects us to make a decision because that's what they entrusted us to do,
Madam President.
without politics being involved.
Mr. Lewis.
My question was, is when I made the motion to table, I think the attorney said that there's another meeting, a tour or something between now and the next. Is that correct?
I didn't say there was one. I just said there could be
one.
A school visit. I just
Right.
didn't know when it might be.
Is there a school visit between now and the next board meeting here?
I don't think we have any more school visits.
Yeah, if we're going to do this, it would need to be at a special
special
meeting.
meeting.
Even if we had a school visit upcoming, you know, the purpose of going to these schools is to hear the principal, tour the school, and unless it's just extraordinary and something that can't be avoided and there's some type of time factor, I think we can schedule a special call meeting, and I would not want to do it at a school even if we had that opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Heiser. Board, what is your pleasure?
I'd like the motion that we have a special call meeting, and I would like to ask the board, what do they think is going to be the best date to do that? I don't know if you get Jan to do that, but I think we need to have a meeting prior to May 12th, but we do need a special call meeting. I'd like to make that into a motion.
Okay, it's been motioned that we have a special call meeting.
Yes.
I'm sorry? I offered April 25th as a consideration
Mr.
of a
Lewis.
possible date. Maybe we need another date.
Yeah, that's on a Friday.
That's on a Friday.
What time would you suggest?
5:30, 6 o'clock?
I would say the earliest as we could that day.
So the date is April the 25th,
If that's agreeable.
if that is agreeable. Is there a time that's good for
Anyone, I mean, if we have to make it 5:30, someone meet early.
earlier in the day? Ms. Lewis, are you able to meet earlier in the day?
Earlier in the day.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lawson-Heiser?
Yeah, I couldn't meet in the morning. I had two book distributions at daycare center, so I'm going to be tied up with daycare center.
What time would be good?
I could, you know, after lunch, I could do it, but in the morning, I'm going to be totally tied up with daycare centers.
4 o'clock?
Well,
Ms. Lewis?
I could do it at 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. I just like to do it sometime other than
Earlier
5:30.
than
If we
5:30,
could, if
okay.
y'all
That's
can,
better. Earlier, better.
you know.
Ms. Lewis?
Is there any opposition to the 24th in the afternoon where people, the citizens could attend?
The 24th is, at this point, the 24th is open for me.
The
But
20,
again, I'd like to, if we could meet before 5:30, but whatever.
what day of the week is the 24th?
That's a Thursday.
And what time are you proposing? What
In the
time?
after, 5, at least 5.
Yeah, 5 would be fine for me.
That would be fine for me.
So are we in agreement for January the 24th at 5 o'clock p.m.?
April 24th.
April.
April the 24th?
Please.
At 5 o'clock p.m. Don't take us back to January. Is that okay?
That's fine with me.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor for a special call meeting on April the 24th at 5 o'clock p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly motioned and second that we have a special call meeting on April the 24th to discuss the proposals that we have received and the presentations that we've been given tonight. Is there any discussion?
I think there needs to be a place I mean, I know everybody knows it's going to be Brandon, but if we could add that to the motion in the
Mr. Lewis, will
second.
you amend your motion?
Yes, to the effect of Brandon Central Services.
Okay. So the motion has been amended.
I second that amendment.
Okay, so it's been properly motioned and second that we will meet on April the 24th at 5:00 p.m. here at Brandon Central office.
One other thing about the meeting, I don't know who informs the newspaper about our meetings, but they have not been correct, so could we please make sure that if this is going to the paper, that we can have the right date, because people called me today saying that the meeting was tomorrow, based off what they read in the paper.
Okay, Mrs. McGill.
That's correct.
Okay, Mrs. McGill, if you could make sure that the dates get posted correctly. All right, all in favor of the motion to meet on April the 24th at 5:00 p.m. here at Brandon Central office, please vote by raising your right hand. All opposed? Mr. Latzenhauser, are you abstaining?
No, I voted for it.
You're in favor? Okay, so it is unanimous. And please let the record show that Mr. Spears left the meeting and did not vote. Thank you. At this time, we will move to item number D, consideration to approve recommended policy DJEG, purchase orders and contracts. This does require action, board. What is your pleasure?
I make a motion that we approve policy DJEG.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly motioned and second to approve policy DJEG. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Ms. McGill, what exactly are we asking right here? Because I know that we talked before about a purchase order problem, and I'm just wondering, is this going to address that issue that we talked about the 65-cent checks and stuff like that?
Yes, it will. That's the primary purpose for this policy. It certainly will.
No further discussion.
Okay.
For me.
I do have one other question. Is petty cash? I think we talked about it, Mrs. Lenore. But is petty cash involved in this one? Is there a set aside for petty cash? Okay. I know we spoke about it at the review meeting. Right.
I don't think that petty cash was included in this policy.
It wasn't.
But there is a policy in the district for petty cash.
That says that petty cash is authorized only to be validated by the superintendent. But yeah, there is one. But this is, thank you. I know we discussed it, so that's why I'm asking.
So it's been properly motioned and second that we approve policy DJEG. All in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Next, we have consideration to approve revised policy board BBBE. Is that policy number correct? BBBE?
Let me look real quick.
So there's consideration to approve revised policy for BBBE.
That is the board member compensation and expenses.
Board member
Yes, ma'am.
compensation and expenses. Is there a motion?
So, second.
It has been properly motioned and second to approve policy BBBE. Is there any discussion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Latzenhauser made the motion, I made the second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please vote by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Next, we move to item F, review the following recommended policy revisions for later approval. All of the policies are listed here, 1 through 9. We've had a chance to look over that, and if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Lenore, these are policies that we will take up in our next policy review meeting. And these are not the ones for the student handbook. Section J. So board, everyone,
There are some Section I policies that were mixed in because we had some that had some incorrect coding, or they coincided with some of the J policies that we were working with.
okay, thank you. Mr. Dunn, do we need to take each one of these separately, or can we move to vote on all of them at one time?
You can do them all at one time. My understanding, this is review of the following recommended.
It's just, that's what I thought too.
It's not for approval.
It's not, no. Right. So
For
it's
later
just-
approval.
Just to
so-
review those. Okay, so,
And you know, basically, the policy says they got to be presented at a
Right.
meeting and then the next meeting.
so there aren't any questions on any of the policies that are listed here? All right, we will now move to item number 13, which is Office of Compliance and Accountability and Special Services. Ms. Pam Lenore.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just a quick update on policy review. We are about halfway complete with Section J, and I want to thank the committee for their work with helping us to proceed through Section J. I do have a couple of more phone conferences scheduled with Dr. Clay. One is scheduled for tomorrow, and one is for April the 23rd, and by the 23rd, we are projecting that we should be done with the review of Section J.
Okay.
Ms. Ballard is going to survey the committee this week to schedule our next policy review meeting, and after we complete Section J, we will move to Section G, which is the personnel section of the board policies.
All right. Thank you. Board, are there any questions for Ms. Lenore on policy review and revisions process, the update? If not, Ms. Lenore, can we move to item number B?
Sure. Item number B is the district pathway option for graduation. This is a policy option that we're asking that your consideration for approval. As you know, we have been working extremely hard throughout the course of the school year to increase our graduation rate, and we are looking for every avenue available to present to our students for them to be able to graduate. So we did provide you with the information about the district pathway option for graduation, and we're asking your consideration to approve that option for us.
So, Board, what is your pleasure for approving the action that you'd like to take for option, opt-out 21 credit district pathway graduation option? This does require an action. Second. It has been properly motioned and second to approve the opt-out 21 credit district pathway graduation option. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signal by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Next, we will move to item number 14. Item number 14 is the Office of Testing and Special Services. Nancy Bragg.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I know you've received the district calendar for April and May for testing. You see it's very busy. I hope you understand the processes that we're going through here. If you have any questions on that, please let me know. You'll have April and May included in this. I know there are a lot of acronyms, so don't get scared of those. That's just a part of education. Y'all know, you know that by now.
Board, are there any questions on the May 2014 testing calendar? If there are no questions, Ms. Bragg, if you would continue to item B.
Okay, and then you received your third 9 weeks honor roll report, and that was for your information. So that concludes what I have to present to you tonight.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Bragg. Do we know if the website has been updated?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
Excellent.
It has.
And what about the posting in the local media?
Yes, ma'am. Now, we do have some quotes in the event that we wanted to pay for that as, I guess I can say, as opting out of a free posting, but they will post these honor rolls as they have room every Sunday until they get them all posted, our local media.
Okay, Mrs. McGill, will
Yeah.
you let us know which option we choose to go with? Okay. All right, thank you, Mrs. Bragg. We will now move to item number 14, which is the Office of Business Management, Tammy McGar.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you want me to go through each
Yes,
report?
if
Okay.
you would start with item A, monthly financial statement
Okay,
report.
The first statement you have is the fund balance report. Are there any questions on that?
Board, are there any questions on the fund balance report? Okay, you can continue, Mrs. McGar.
Okay. Then we have a cash balance report.
Board, are there any questions? Continue.
Budget status report.
No questions? Continue.
Our monthly combined and combining report.
Continue.
Monthly revenue budget report.
Continue.
Monthly expenditure budget report.
No questions? Continue.
Monthly ad valorem tax collection analysis report.
Any questions? Continue.
Summary of reconciled bank statements.
Any questions? No? Continue.
Budget summary with percentages.
No questions? Continue.
Our claims docket, we have our claims docket by vendor, by fund, by object, and then we have a recap page.
So, Board, we've had time to review the claims docket. What motion do I hear?
I'd like to make a motion to pay the bills.
Second.
It has been properly motioned and second that we move forward with paying the claims docket for this month. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please vote by raising your right hand. It is unanimous. Next, we're on item number I, the monthly safety report.
We had one teacher to cut her leg on a notebook while reaching for a bag at Franklin Elementary. Medical attention was required by the hospital.
Okay.
We had a teacher at Stokes Beard that tripped over a student and hit their head on the wall. Medical attention was required by the medical clinic. We had a sped aide that was kicked and punched in the legs by a student at Cook Elementary. Medical attention was required by the school nurse. Then we had a teacher at Cook that fell over some toys on the floor and hurt their hand. Medical attention was required by the school nurse.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. McGarvey.
And then we had one last one, a teacher that was hit multiple times in their arm by a student at Cook. Medical attention was required by the school nurse.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions pertaining to the monthly safety report? Thank you, Mrs. McGarvey.
You're welcome.
Item number J, monthly transportation revenue and expenses comparison report. Board, are there any questions about this report? All right, it is for information only. Next, item number K, monthly child nutrition revenue and expense comparison report. Board, are there any questions about this report? It is for information only. If there are no questions, thank you, Mrs. McGarvey.
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
I got a concern about the three different types of reports that we're given, that we've been requiring. Is there any way that we can cut that? I mean, is it really necessary to get them all in three different forms?
Which reports are you referring to? Because there are monthly financial statements, and then there's the docket that has.
It's not the docket, it's
The fund balance?
the one that you have that's actually done three different ways.
Okay, that is the claims docket.
The claims docket.
That's four.
I mean, why do we have it, I mean, I'm new, I'm just curious, why do we have it three different ways? Is it necessary?
There's actually four.
Over the months and years, individual board members have requested certain details, certain information, and so that's how these reports were generated.
I would like to offer a suggestion for consideration, and that is the reports are, it's extremely important that we do know what bills we're paying. So claims docket by vendor is something that we could have printed off and issued in our agenda packet. But the other three, the fund code and the object code and the docket recap, they're all just redefining information and presenting it in a different way. Perhaps because that is electronically generated, we could still have that put as a link PDF document on board book. What do you think that would work, Mrs. McGarr?
We could do whatever you want to do. That is your decision. We will give you whatever information you want.
If we can just get that in a good readable form so we don't have to turn that way, that would be great.
So would that work for everybody else on the board?
Yes.
Mr. Lotzenheiser?
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, could make sure that I understand correctly.
Yes,
what you're
ma'am.
asking.
What we seem to be agreeing on is relative to the claims docket, that we would like it by vendor, printed copy, and the other three by fund code, by object code, and the recap as PDF links on board book. But the agenda should stipulate or signify that they're on board book. Yes, under the resource tab. Thank you, Janet.
All right. Are there any other issues for Mrs. McGarry? If not, thank you, Mrs. McGarry.
I do have a question for David. Do we need to make that an action, David? Mr. Dunn?
You're saying as far as the reports are concerned?
Yes, sir, because I don't know how that was done in the past.
I don't think that, I think you can just direct her to provide it, and I don't see a reason for action.
Okay. Mrs. McGill, will you ensure that that action is taken? Thank you, Mrs. McGarry.
Thank you.
Next, we will move to the Office of Technology, Beth Tippett. And there's only one item listed here for Quick Tips Anonymous reporting update for information only.
The board very much wanted students to have an opportunity to provide anonymous tips and to be able to seek help if there was something that they had going. We have a link on our webpage now called Quick Tip. Quick Tip is part of our school messenger system, which is Falcon Blast. It's at no additional charge, and students can click here, and they simply go through this form. They select their school, their topic, and enter the message. If they want to, if they need someone to get back in touch with them, they can put in their contact information. I did have a chance to go to McKellar and talk to some students about it before and show it to them. There's some concern with kids. They think that it's not really anonymous. They're afraid that if they report something, that someone will somehow find out who they are. And so that's something that we need to assure them that it's anonymous. It's simply so that they can let some folks know.
Mrs. McGill, I know you included this tip link on the press release that was issued last week about the bomb threats. Did we get any tips that way?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No.
Chief Bonner is included in the responses as well at the district level.
Right. He will receive an email if any tips come in.
Is there anything that we can do, possibly training or something for the students so that they really are reassured that it actually is anonymous?
Yeah, we will proceed with some more publicity at the student level. We activated it a little bit earlier than we intended, just because we wanted to utilize that as a means for getting information related to the bomb threats if there should be students who would want to give us that information.
I will add that the link was provided on the press release, but there was also a web address that was included that wasn't functional. It didn't work. I tried to go there just to see what the quick tip looked like, and I could get it if I clicked on the hyperlink, but I couldn't get it if I typed in the web address that was given out on the press release.
I will take a look at that press release and see what's wrong with that.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move to information items. We have dates to remember. If there aren't any questions about any of the dates, they are as printed. Items 1 through 7, 1 through 9, actually. Are there any questions or issues with any of the dates as they are printed? And that is simply for information only. Now, Board, we will be moving into the portion of our meeting for closed determination for executive session. It has been motioned that we have closed determination for executive session. We will ask that the public would leave the room and we will come out. Yes, thank you. We have the motion. All in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you.